What's up, guys? Welcome back to Dozer. Or gamepad support today. Although I think today we can finish gamepad support. I hope so. I really do. We don't have too much more to implement with it, but we do have to do a lot of testing and make sure that it's feeling robust. We could run into a bug that takes us an hour to fix. We could run into no bugs. We could run into bugs 2 weeks from now. And as I've mentioned before on the stream, we still need to get localization, so it's possible that some of these, functionality of the widgets will probably not change, but the look and feel of them will probably have to undergo some iteration due to certain languages. So we'll see. We'll take it one thing at a time, and yeah, I think after today I'll start to look into the localization, because it could be pretty costly depending on where I go for it. It's costly for me, right, because I don't have that income, but I'll try to focus on maybe some of the most important languages for it first, and we'll just take it from there. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, we got this working last night, or yesterday evening. We made the facade for the ATM in the main menu, so that's good. And I think everything else from the main menu is generally okay. Obviously, there's horrible contrast between the buttons. That will be addressed when we actually do a full pass on the look and feel of things, but first I want to get localization. That way I don't have to do too much iteration on it. I know we tried yesterday. Obviously credits does nothing, right? Oh, credits is opening up the options. Wonderful. The options are pretty fucking broken on the main menu. We really just need the actual gameplay options to show up here, not game info, stats, or system. And they are showing up. Why is it so damn broken? Kind of weird. Let's see what it's doing. I haven't touched it since we first implemented it, so I'm not surprised it's a bit broken, but I'm a little upset that it is. Okay, we open up the escape menu on the pawn. A little hacky to do it that way, but it's fine. And we should just be checking validity of different things, and they should not be valid. Not valid. Oh, kind of weird. Oh, that's intentional. Gate menu. Okay. Are we force building it or something? We're building the main menu. Let me see what it's doing. Oh, I don't have my pawn selected. Do that. Fuck me. I lost focus. Oh, that's kind of weird. It didn't make it that far, yet it still got far enough to set the visibility. Huh? Huh? So it's... I mean, like I thought, it's not valid, right? But because it's not valid, it's still somehow popping up. But it doesn't exist. Look at it here. There's no widgets. What the f... Where is that appearing from? It's... What? Huh. Well, that's awkward. I mean, the solution is to create it, right? And we will do that. But that's weird. I don't know what the behavior is like on that, or why it's like that. Right, Dramos? I feel the same way. How you doing? Have you ever run into that? Like I build the... I call the escape menu, I check if one exists. It's not valid because there are none that exist, and yet somehow it still just appears on the screen. How? And where does it come from? We're not like making it, are we? No? Like, it doesn't get past here, right? Because there are no escape menus found. But somehow, the escape menu still appears on the screen. A ghost widget. On some annoying bugs with U-Track, one is kind of shitty because it can let guests upload attachments to your articles. The other is a bug with one of their API. It can let guests upload attachments to your article. I don't think I've ever run into that. I bet it logged me out, didn't it? Oh no, it didn't. Like knowledge-based articles? People can just upload stuff to it? This one is not public. Let's do it with their apps. If you don't use the Diagram.io app, you are safe. Oh, okay. Diagram IO? I can't even load that site. Yeah, I don't have that issue. In test a diagram map and everyone can just go and make a diagram and attach it to any article? Oh shit. Okay, it says forbidden. It still shows it. I was a little scared there. That's kind of crazy. Diagram.io. You don't mean like Draw.io, right? Is there some like some JetBrains diagram thing? Oh, it is Draw.io. So you can use Draw.io and then just... How did you find that out? Because I do use Draw.io. Afro only, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Yeah, we'll make the escape menu at the start of the main menu too. I guess I kind of kept seeing the app on the panel and tried it out. Huh. I have not seen that happen to me yet, thankfully. That's weird. I thought that was working and giving me the initial focus. I wonder if it's because I created that escape menu. Oh yeah, maybe timing is everything. Okay. We'll create that first then, and then create the main menu. That helps. Alright, so if you're on the main menu, what we'll do is we can force it to be on options only, and then game info, stats, and system can be blocked. Or even, we could even leave game info if we really want, and then just leave stats and system blocked if you're on the main menu. I think that should work pretty well. Let's create a binding for that. Keep it simple. thought we had like a peer function for if we're on the main menu or not. Let me double check. I think it was called like main game. I can't find it. Maybe we didn't. Well, we can make one. So I could have sworn we had one. Maybe that was for Colden Chronicles. That does ring a bell now that I think about it. No, we have B as on main menu. So I guess I'm just calling it directly. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. I'll just use that. Now this won't prevent the player from navigating to it with the bumpers, I believe. So we'll have to put in a little bit of extra safeguard there. I can reuse the same binding for this too if we really need to. That should work just to block them, but again, that is not going to prevent the player from... Yeah, so that's fine. It's kind of weird. So if I click on that with the mouse, it works properly, but if I navigate to it with the controller and use it, it doesn't open the escape menu properly. Oh, because I had used the built-in component actions to go to a widget, in this case the escape menu. I need to delete that. That might have been why it was broken. Okay, but now it won't play anything when it's clicked. Kind of weird. Oh, probably because of the... Alright, real voice coming through there for a second. Yeah, because I use this old hover logic, which we don't need anymore. We can just delete that. Alright. Get out of here. That's better. That's much better. Alright, and then if we're on the main menu, we can just determine whether or not to allow the switching between those. Switch tab. We can do a quick check here. If the player's on the main menu and new tab is equal to stats or system, this is kind of a lame way of doing it, but what are you gonna do? If it works, it works. Oh, because you know what it's doing? It's still updating the tab. I need to, just plop this right here. That's pretty ugly. But whatever. Okay. That's fine. That's great. It would be nice if we could close that menu. Hey, kitty chips. Looking good? Thank you, man. I had to get my electrolytes back. Might have had a couple of old fashions last night. What are you gonna do? It was tasty. It was tasty and cheap. I bet it is running this when the player tries to reclose that, right? No, because we don't give the player the right mapping context. I could handle that separately then. IA close. Panel, let me think here. We only have 2 panels that are going to pull up when the player is on the main menu. That's going to be the options and the credits. Credits we could always give a separate button, because I don't think that the credits is not going to be like some scroll thing. We should be able to fit everybody onto the main page. I don't think that'll be an issue. So let me do that. Those options. Base button right. We could also do the Is that the right one? Button 8? I think just special right. I don't know what the fuck button 8 is. Button 8? We might need to duplicate those. I mean, that's button 10. What the fuck was button 8? Oh, it's the right trigger. We'll see. I'll have some people test it out with different controllers that they have and see if everything works fine. I definitely know somebody with an Xbox controller, and I think I have somewhere sitting around somewhere like just a generic USB controller. We'll have to try a flight stick, of course. A Loven's vibrator. Okay. We can give that mapping context when the player opens it, so I'll put that on here. Add a mapping context. Main menu. Yeah, and I'll just throw these in the pawn for the moment. Should be fine. Now we know for sure that it will exist, so I'm just gonna skip some of the checks that we did. So we'll just set the visibility, remove the mapping context, and we should be okay. can maybe move input, but we'll see if we even need to do that. Uncompleted, get all widgets of class. Escape menu, get set visibility, collapsed. Remove mapping context. Main menu. Okay, focus is not going back to main menu. Fix that. You just see if that works. Okay. There's no close button though for the mouse and keyboard. I guess I kind of forgot about that. Oh, wouldn't it be escape? Yeah, but that's kind of awkward. Like, you open it up with your mouse, but then you have to press escape to close it. I could just put like a close button down here if we really want. Bind it to switch device. Let me do that. I do run like check device at the start of the thing, right? I do. Alright, let me delete that. Bunch of unused shit here. Alright, I'll just do it if we're on the main menu. So, get the game instance. Main menu. True. Let's come back here. Size box. Give me a vertical. Generic close. Adding up. $50 will work. I'm gonna set it to hidden, and actually, you know what, let me do this. I'm just gonna make it a regular button. Because that way it won't be focusable. That'll work. That'll work. Variable should be good. Nothing else needed here. I could always refactor my buttons too to change text color when you hover over them. Probably should do that. Like I said, visuals for UI will come after we make sure it all works and has localization. The rest of that is just polish. Default should be hidden. This way when it appears, it's still taking part of the layout space, so when it appears, it's not going to like push the widget up in some weird way, so we'll just switch between visible and hidden. Work. Okay, we need to first remove the mapping context. Then return input and then collapse. Since we're calling it within that. Yeah, I think that'll work. And I assume that this will save just fine. I don't think there's anything relevant specifically to the game that's being called here that if called in the main menu it would be an issue. I don't think so, but we'll try it in the standalone build. See? Some things like the language change won't work in the play-in editor. So we'll worry about that separately. I probably have to update those controls too, to some extent. Okay, there's one issue here, which is you start the game from the main menu with gamepad, you don't have focus on the startup pop-up. I do not know why. Kinda weird. But if you play the game from the level, you do have focus. So I think we just need to give focus on startup. Oh yeah, we're giving it to the main HUD. We should probably give that to the startup. Let me do this. You could either do a select or just call this twice. I think I'll just call it twice. Hey Mosta, how you doing? Someone told me I look like PS4 Marvel Spider-Man Peter. Do I really? Do I? I wish I had his powers, man. Especially his powers to Riz. Well, I am married, so I mean... suppose I have some power to Riz. Pull up a mirror, you mean his picture? There's no way I look a lot like him. I never played the PS4 Spider-Man. Okay, I am kind of rocking the same hairstyle, aren't I? I don't like hair in my face. Why are his eyes so weird? On the right side. What do they do to his eyes? Is that how my eyes look? Alright, one is Tom Holland. Tom Holland doesn't have eyes that look like that. His eyes aren't that closed. I guess they are a little bit. I don't know. His eyes look better here than they do based on this design. Looks like he's squinting. Hey, Mighty Rob. Which one has had more meth? You hate it? Like this version of him? Why does this one look different? It looks like there's three. There's this one, and then there's this. This guy does not look the same as this. I think it's lighting? Maybe. PS5 versus Pro. It's kind of weird that they changed the this is like the same game, right? So they changed the design of it completely. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's the Spider-Man 2 version. So weird that they changed his design so much. This is the same character, right? It's not like, you know, a different Spider-Man quote. Yeah, it's not like James Bond. Is this canonically the same? Because the redesign is weird. Even when it came out, it was a more mature one, and then when PS5 version with the higher quality textures and everything, they changed him into Tom Holland. That's such an unnecessary redesign. You know, I think like a... I think they handle it much better with things like Nathan Drake. Oh, thank you for just making it impossible to look at this normally, Reddit. Holy shit. Are you fucking serious right now? Fuck Reddit. Nathan Drake is the poster child of sucking dick instead of smoking. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, I think Nathan Drake is pretty consistent. I wouldn't like count. I don't know what Uncharted the Fourth Labyrinth fucking is. But I have played all Uncharted games, including Golden Abyss. He's got a good design. Especially, I liked his age version. He's a cool dude. I kind of hope we get another Uncharted one day, but probably won't. Simple, clean, but charming and lovable. I agree. Good characters in that series. Let's see if this works. My button does not have focus. Is it because we are setting has seen startup info the moment that the startup panel shows? Potentially. No. Yes. Set player focus. Declose. Well, let me just set input mode. Gaming UI. Do that instead. I don't have focus. I'm on focus. Go close. Like the girl? The Indian one? Do you mean Chloe? I don't think she was Indian. You mean her? Oh, you'll lurk? No worries, man. I don't know where canonically she was from. I think she mentioned it probably in the standalone. She's voiced by Claudia Black too. She is such a good voice actress. Yeah, and Lost Legacy. I really like Lost Legacy. That was enjoyable because we got to learn a lot more about Chloe and Nadine. And I thought that some of the gameplay elements in Lost Legacy were actually better than in Uncharted 4. I think she's Indian? History. I mean, she must have mentioned it somewhere, right? In Uncharted, what ethnicity and background does Chloe have? Indian Australian descent. That's a cool mix. Father being Indian and her mother being Australian. That's pretty cool. If anybody, by the way, if anybody in chat has never played Uncharted, highly recommend getting Uncharted and playing those. I think that they have all the games on Steam, right? Or is it just the... Oh. For some reason, they only have Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy on Steam. But you can get, I think you can get the Uncharted collection for like the PS4 or PS5 to play the first 3 games. And then both of these games are, I think, very good. Very beautiful too. She sounds and behaves very well. Makes me feel like she's real. Claudia Black. I mean, I'm sure that you've played other games with Claudia Black in them, because she has been in so much. I mean, obviously she was Morrigan in Dragon Age, right? So if you ever played the Dragon Age series, you got Morrigan. She's been in so much. I actually didn't even know she was in Killing Floor. She's in Diablo. That's right, she's in Mass Effect as well. She was in Rango too. Pretty funny. Very good voice actress. I'll take Uncharted as weird because there isn't much game. It's mostly a playable story. Still love it. I don't know. I mean, people say like, oh, it's a movie, right? It's like, well, just because it's a linear game doesn't mean that it's not a game. I don't know. It's like, yeah, there isn't much choice. It's linear, but you're experiencing highly crafted linear gameplay. But it's still like there's shooting, there's climbing, there's secrets defined. It's a simple gameplay loop, but it's executed at very high level of production value. I mean, this was Uncharted or Truck Chase. This was on the PS4. Even the driving mechanics in this game were really good.
Oh, Christ.
Like, driving this Jeep was really well done. I think this scene is one of the best executed action scenes in games too. just the way that it goes between awesome downhill chase sequence, and then you immediately switch. Hey, Miss Sophie. And then you have the gunplay here. I mean, to say that there's no gameplay, it's a bit of a stretch. You take your hot take back. Wood. Fuck, dude, this game is so good, though. I can't imagine what it was like having to program, you know, like jumping between vehicles. So many triggers, so many checks. Maybe I'll play these again, because this was the series that got me into like being a game designer. When I played the first one back on the PS3, that's what told me, like, hey, let's go be a game designer. And then by the time this game came out, I was a professional game designer. So it was kind of a it was fun. It was very memorable. And this isn't even like the whole thing. There's also then you have the final sequence here. I mean, and that camera work is insane. And the chasing isn't even over. Oh, we cooking. Spoiler alert. I mean, the game's been out for what? Pretty long. Has it been 10 years? Jesus Christ. No way it's been 10 years. It probably has been, dude. We're old fucks. 9 years. I think it's pretty. This game is such a masterclass in camera work that I think if you're a 3C's designer, this is worth studying for sure. This is so good. Oh man. I wonder how long it took them to perfect this scene. I mean, Naughty Dog, I think, has always been just technical masterminds with games like this, and even Last of Us. And look, I had some problems with Last of Us Part 2's story, but technically, from a technical level, that game was peak. We'll see. I'm curious about what the new game is going to be, but I'll tell you what, I'm not going to pre-order it. Especially after hearing more about like what happened with Amy Hennig, who was the writer for Uncharted. Why does it not give focus on that? Hmm. Well, that's weird. I don't know where my focus is at the moment, but it's not even triggering the... It's not triggering the pawn device switch. It did, but I have to like click on it first. Maybe because it reset the device. I can print that. Can't support Naughty Dog at all anymore due to the CO being something that I don't support. I just don't like the blend of, I don't know. If the stories about it are true, then Uncharted's success and the people that you should really support with Uncharted and The Last of Us Part 1 were Amy Hennig for Uncharted and Bruce Straley for Uncharted and The Last of Us. But now I think Bruce Straley is gone and Amy Hennig was pushed out. Still though, they have some of the best workers in the industry. I'm not a fan of what I've heard about Neil Druckmann at all. Imagine being out, Bruce. Is he still working there, Bruce? Really? He previously worked at Naughty. Where is he working now? Wildflower Interactive. By the way, I find it wild that they just post people's signatures on Wikipedia. I'm sure people won't use that in any bad way. You can see the sadness in his eyes. Well, that's all game devs, to be fair. Good people making good stuff. I like that. Oh, are they doing... Are they doing co-development? Oh no, they're still working on their first game. These were just games that they have combined worked on. I see. A pretty sizable team. We'll see. Any designer positions? No. No, but I'll have to keep my eye out for them and see what they're working on. That was pretty cool. I think he knew it was coming all the way back in 2016. Yeah, Naughty Dog, I don't know. There's so much shakeup in the industry, especially in AAA right now. like Burnout. That shit happens. South of Midnight. I thought South of Midnight was pretty good. It was just kind of like the gameplay was dope, but the story was good. From what I am to understand. Or am I mistaken on that? South of Midnight. It's got really good reviews. Some of these these traversal methods though with I don't know, am I the only one that's kind of tired of grappling hooks? And other games that do like gliders and grappling hooks I think were the worst things to happen to platforming games. Or they're just overdone, which is probably the more likely thing. I think definitely what I mean to say is that they're just overdone, in my opinion. Not that they are the worst things to happen. That's such a stupid statement. But I think a game that kind of did things better was like I think there are just so much more interesting ways to make traversal. Dishonored has incredible traversal without a grappling hook, without a glider. I think shit like this is much better traversal. Stealth, high chaos. I never did a high chaos playthrough of Dishonored, but it does look pretty awesome, to be fair. Just flexing on him. Damn. Oh, this game had such good mechanics. This is such a wild run. What a game. So I got in Dishonored Super High Chaos, killing anything that moves. Okay, I mean that part is working fine. It should be setting focus then on the startup. I mean, is it possible that the startup pop-up's initial focus just override it, maybe? I don't know. Focus! You gotta get shit done. Don't. No worries, man. Yeah, it was really nice talking to you, and have a nice rest of your day if we don't get to chat again. And I might be gone tomorrow too. I just want to say that I might have to go do government paperwork shit tomorrow. I have to do it during the weekday. So that might be what we do. Hmm. It's weird. I don't know. It's being really weird. Bye for now, Spy. Yeah, take care, man. No, I'm not gonna end the stream soon. Don't worry. I'll be here for another 7 or so hours. It won't grab focus. Where's my focus? That's so annoying. It says it has focus, but it's not doing it. Hey, what did I do? Oh, I think I bumped the touchpad. That wasn't it fixing itself. That was the me. Man, that's frustrating. It's a timing thing. It's 100% a timing thing. If on construct I delay this by a second, it's probably okay. Oh, it's annoying. So fucking obnoxious. Yeah, it's fine. Well, my button prompts don't show up. Okay, give me a second. I gotta go to the bathroom. I think what we can do is we can delay that trigger, or just do a second check on the startup widget for the last input mode received. I should be able to do it early. Here be. Here be. Oh. Were there any bugs while I was gone? I hope not. We could implement the loading screen, but this game is so small, I really don't think it needs a loading screen. I doubt there would be very much pop-in on a game like this. Oh. Weird. The mouse is doing that same thing that it was doing yesterday on the gallery. What was the reason for that? What did we figure out was the reason for that happening? Oh god, I don't remember. Yeah, see, it's just fine right now. It might be the capture mode, which I thought we fixed. Maybe not. Oh, fuck. I can look back at the VOD. Let me go back to the VOD. Where's my YouTube? Alright, where is it in this 7 hours? I feel like I tried to address it pretty soon. Oh yeah, here, see? What did I do to fix that? Did it have to do with the Dozer in menus context? No, it was still happening. Wait, did I fix it or not? Why does that not look fixed? Maybe it is because of that context. Yeah, but why would that happen? Hmm. What is still occurring? I didn't fix it. Okay. I thought I fixed this yesterday, but I didn't. The issue is that when you click down, your mouse cursor disappears. And I don't know why. Let me see. The mouse cursor, blah, blah, blah. We're doing that. I mean, it does feel like it's getting consumed by something. Is it possible that it's because of the hide cursor during capture? Could be. I usually try to disable that, but I might have forgotten on a couple of instances. Okay, this won't hurt it. Let's do a search. Set input mode game and UI. Oh shit. Okay. A lot of stuff. That would make sense why it was happening there, because that's part of the gem menu and then the gold menu, which is exactly what I was pressing in order to make it fail. The fuck is this? Also some info in the documents too. And set the force navigation property to false in project settings plugins UI. So when you're using the mouse, the visual navigation cues aren't forced in your widget. I'm okay for now. I don't want to break anything. Cool, I appreciate that, but let's not break things. Okay, that is not happening anymore. That's really cool. That's really good. God, that was fast. I might rotate those gold bars to make them a bit easier to click. Okay, cool. That was the bug. All good now. Input context. Input context when moving from the main menu to the main map are not showing up. I think we just need to run we need to do a delegate call to new input device. So yeah, I can just run set input device once we spawn into the game. I mean, either that or I can do it at the startup menu. Get player pawn. Okay, that is working. I definitely hope you can't do the tab. I mean, space is gonna get consumed. Yeah, in most cases, tab and enter seem to be getting eaten, which is good. We never want tab or the arrow keys or enter to trigger anything. God forbid. One of the banes of my existence in default Unreal. And we look to be safe here. We might be okay. We might have the full game working with gamepad right now, which is scary to admit, but it might be working. Probably some bugs that we haven't found yet. But it is at least doing what it needs to. Okay. What was I gonna work on now then? Oh man, I feel like I was just talking about doing something. I don't remember what it was. Well, there are a few things that we could add. Things that I don't think would break anything. Pop-ups for when you get a gem. Or like any collectible item. Because I don't think we have anything to pop up for that right now. The good thing is this wouldn't be something that you click through, right? So it doesn't need interaction, and that's way easier for me to implement very rapidly. Do I want to make a list? Do we want to go into like U-Track right now and just formally make a list of what we need to do to finish up this game? That could be nice. These are still BP coins. Those need to be replaced. I'm gonna do that. I'll fix some like other small things that aren't too big at the moment. Where did he put things? Ooh, that's a big chungus. What's our scale? Is it 0.35? Looks like it. Wonder how tall they are. Definitely not 10. He might have given them physics and then just baked the locations in. I'm gonna let him deal with that. Maybe I will pull up U-Track then. I think I made a U-Track board for Coin Dozer. Let me check. Coin Dozer Kanban. Why are there two of them? Okay, I did set up the U-Track board for this, and we can work on adding some stuff in. We have some pretty big things that need to be addressed first. So, localization's on me. I gotta contact my contacts for localization, see what we need to get done. I haven't really settled on a final list of languages yet. There are some that we can do that arguably we shouldn't do, because if we had to pay money for them, they wouldn't really give us much in return, but we can do them for free because I know people with those languages. Or I can do it for pretty cheap because I know people that can do those languages. Audio. I'll just make new swim lanes for this stuff. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. That's gonna show the whole team, won't it? Yeah, I don't want to click. That will dox emails, and I don't want to do that if I can help it. New card for localization. Hey Kent. How you doing, man? Yeah, we do have the game working with gamepad. It's pretty dirty. It's not the greatest, but it does work. We'll have to do a lot of testing to make sure that we find and fix any bugs related to it. The good thing is we're not releasing this on consoles, so people should have a mouse and keyboard, and if there is like an issue, they usually can just move their mouse around and then press a button on the gamepad and it should fix it. So it was for mainly Steam Deck, yes. I don't have a Steam Deck though. I don't know anybody with a Steam Deck, so I'm gonna have to find somebody with a Steam Deck to play test the game. In which case I should probably get a... I could probably get a build of the game up on Steam this weekend and do a key request. Do you have one, Kent? By chance? Oh, you're on vacation for 5 more days? Okay. If I don't get back to you, just let me know, and we will do that. Because I might be gone tomorrow to do some government stuff, which will distract me, and then I might forget. Do you think that Grok would know what the cheapest languages per word for localization are? He might... I'm pretty sure I kind of know, so I could tell if things were right or wrong. What are the cheapest languages translate from English for games? Spanish, French, German, Portuguese, Italian. Let's see if it does. Hey, Black Knight. Mandarin. Arabic. Arabic is that expensive? Jesus Christ. Is it really? Wow. Man, learn Arabic if you want to do translations. I don't think we will include... I think I included Arabic here, but I don't think that I'm going to translate. Yeah, I don't think it's a very high in demand translation for Coin Pusher. Ones we can definitely do for cheap or free. I mean, English is given, right? Polish, I know somebody with. French, I know somebody for. Swedish, I know somebody for. Japanese, I know somebody for. So those we can definitely do very easily. I definitely think we should do, obviously, Spanish, Russian, Chinese, and I would likely have to pay for French. I'm just going to tab the ones that I'd have to pay for. Aren't there like, there's like some phrase for the top 5 languages? 5 languages to translate to. What is it called? Do you think Italian is one of those? I don't remember the term for it. If I do Portuguese, I think I would have to do both Brazilian and Portuguese. Let's see what other coin pusher games have gone for. What is this one? I'm gonna guess that it has Chinese. If French, Italian, German, Spanish, Russian, Turkish, Polish, Korean. Ooh, Korean is it? Would be an interesting one. Simplified and traditional Chinese. But I mean, they are Chinese. I might do it in 2 batches and just focus on doing the most important languages for the first batch. Like, we don't have a whole lot of strings in the game, right? We have, what, like 500 words? And probably another 300, 400 maybe that we'll have to do on the Steam page if we want to translate the Steam pages. So really it's going to cost, I don't know, between 50 and 100 bucks per. Imagine Spanish gets you most bang for buck, right, in Chinese. I mean, I think for a game like, because we have to keep in mind not only who we're making this for, but what type of game it is. I think Spanish will be pretty big, right? Just because there's such a massive amount of people that speak it. Though I think that this game might also appeal somewhat to an Asian market. And having good Japanese, Chinese, and Korean translations would be pretty nice. I wonder how important it is to translate the Steam page. There's a blog from How to Market a Game where this is explained. Blah, blah, blah. Quality of the translation between ChatGPT and human doesn't even come close. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to use ChatGPT. I agree. I think it's worth doing. Doing some UA tests. Ukrainian? That is their language code, right? UA. Oh, user acquisition. Okay. I thought you were doing some Ukrainian tests. Games that have been translated into English and at least one other language are in blue. Games that are English only are in red. Wow. I mean, that seems worth it, and it's not even close. Especially for a game like ours that just does not have very much to translate. That's really good data. Do demos hurt or help your wish list? Obviously, they help. And, you know, I think I wouldn't even say wish lists are the most important part about having demos, though they are important. Another really big important part about having a demo is filtering out people who may not have wanted to buy your game. And you could say, well, it's a lost sale. Yeah, but they could refund the game and then leave a bad review, right? Because the game wasn't for them. So you can filter out those people with a demo, and therefore your average review scores are likely to be higher if you have a demo. Love to hear your thoughts on my demo. Not sure if top-down shooters are your thing, but happy to share a link. Yeah, send it to me in Discord if you want. Make sure you're sending it to Maester Silvio, not the bot. He's probably down right now though, so I doubt that he's going to that you would see him. Do you translate the name too when you I mean, I assume that you wouldn't, but maybe some languages are different. Is there a way that I could check? I assume, oops, don't open up Ubot, please. I assume Terraria probably has translations, right? Can I view this in different languages? Okay, it does. Oh wow, it's such a simple translation though. I don't even think they included... Oh, never mind. Terraria literally just only has that for its description, okay. But I need like a game like that has actual words in it, not Terraria, because that's like that's a unique thing. You can't translate it because it is untranslatable. What's a good game I could use for this? Counter-Strike, I don't know. Be like Euro Truck Sim probably has something. No, they don't translate the name. In fact, they didn't even translate the blurb here. Did Terraria? Yes, they did. Okay. Oh no, they never mind. They didn't translate the Euro Truck. My bad. The types of people that play Euro Truck also likely to speak very good English. That's a good question. I would think maybe not. I mean, clearly the numbers do show translating your game's Steam page is worth it, so we're gonna do it. We don't need a very big Steam page for fucking Coin Dozer. 2-hour game, right? There will be a number of people that just buy the game, play it, beat it, and then refund it. I don't really care. I just hope they enjoy it, right? Are you gonna charge? I don't know, like $2-3. Nothing crazy. But we've cleaned the game up in a way that I think is visually quite appealing, and I think that's fair. Buy us a coffee, right? Okay, they translated. They translated that, but they didn't translate the key art, which is quite interesting. Oh, that is a good thing to keep in mind. If we do have key art, try not to include like text that is important to understand the key art. I would like achievements and trading cards as well. Some people buy games just for the trading cards, so it sounds kind of stupid, but you can actually get sales just for people who will play the game to collect trading cards. Achievements too sometimes, but the only thing that I would use achievements for is likely just for metrics. Like, did you know, 1 platinum chip collected, 3 platinum chips collected, spacebar spammed 1,000 times or something. That way I can see where are players getting filtered. Are they playing long enough to get the crown? You know, what percentage of people who buy the game are beating the game? But we will need art for it if we do that. We'll need art and we'll need translations. Or maybe not. You can put in translations, so that'll increase costs. Maybe I should design the achievements first and get them working. Could be done. Let's see. Let me think here. The localization. Achievements as a swim lane. I probably shouldn't make these swim lanes, but easier to categorize them. In localization, we will need main game. First, we needed to wait. First, we needed to determine the languages. Determine final languages. Let me think here. How do I want to organize this? It should be separate. We would then need to implement we'd have to procure fonts for other languages. I did play around with switching fonts for Japanese and it seemed to work fine. Other fonts might be troublesome if they have problems. You know, Larian Studios recruiter sent a connect request on LinkedIn. Interesting. I had a funny experience with a recruiter recently where they didn't even interview me and they said that I didn't have enough experience when I literally I had over 2.5 times experience in pretty much every single requirement that they had. And I said that, I'm like, hey, you know, I appreciate you sending the message, but not even an interview? How you doing, Saunders? Well, they meet in their games. To be fair, it's kind of okay. I'm not too upset because they're an outsourcing studio, so I wouldn't be developing my own thing. It would be developing for a company that's developing for somebody else. So it's not really my preferred kind of job, but it's weird. I think it was like at least 4 years experience in design roles, at least 1 credited game, and experience balancing. And I'm like, did you read my CV carefully? Because I got over 10 years of experience, 3 commercially released multi-platform titles, and balancing is like my bread and butter. What is experience stuff in the game industry? It's so new that a lot of the talent is young. You'd be surprised. I think mainly just it sucks. I don't know. Trying to find a job in the industry sucks right now. It's always kind of sucked, but right now it really sucks. Especially if you are new to the industry. You're one fish in a vast ocean where they keep dumping more fish. And nobody has money or time for juniors. What does your CV look like for them to miss it? Well, okay, so they did reply back. They said that and this, to be honest, is fair. It makes sense, but I wish they had said that in the initial reply, was that they went for somebody that they had already worked with before. That's pretty common, so... I just wish they had said that. Because what they initially sent to me was that they went with somebody with more direct experience. I'm like, bro, this job was like made for me. I literally fit everything, and they even had like pluses. Unreal Engine 5 experience is a plus. Blueprint experience is a plus. I'm like, I have been working with Unreal 5 for 10 fucking years. Hello, interview, something. I don't know. There's a lot of programming. There's a lot of programming jobs in the industry. Not a lot of design jobs. Because if you're making like a game, what do you need? Like 2 to 3 designers? And then 20 programmers? 10 to 15 artists, and then outsource some of the rest of it? It makes you feel better. I'll interview you now. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? I see myself in 2035. And that's where I see myself in 10 years. I do have audio that I have to review. That's on me. I gotta do that. One role that was always a nightmare to hire was economy design. Plenty of people applying, very few people are actually good at it. I can do economy design. I don't really want to do it for like mobile stuff, right? Because it conflicts with my ethics. But I can do economy, I can do balancing, give me a spreadsheet, tell me what your items are. I'll get that shit handled. As long as I have good metrics to work with. Microtransactions would be monetization design. Some people might say that's economy design, but I've never seen that. It would be monetization design. Which game designers can do. I don't want to do that though. I will never touch monetization design. Soul crushing work. And on strategy games, for managing sources and sinks, resource materials, make sure you don't brick the whole economy with an update or new item. It is hard work. It is hard work, and you do need somebody dedicated to that. God forbid you try to make like your main designer also do that too. Horrible. I did do that for Train Life though. Thankfully for Train Life it was a more casual game. It wasn't like Darkest Dungeon, so. Popcorn kernel. Again. God, I gotta stop eating popcorn. Oh, that wasn't even the right one. That was a different one. God damn it. Oh, fuck, I got it. God damn. I'm getting good at that. We had a very serious German guy. Okay, it was a bit redundant, though, to be fair. When was the last time you met a German that wasn't serious? I'll probably have to do a little bit of... I don't know what Steam's... Steam... What are the achievements? In float average rate. API name. Display. We need JPEGs for that. We just need art, is what I mean. And we'll need unachieved versions, though I could kind of make those myself, but. Achievement names and icons should be all ages. Okay, so there may or may not have been an achievement that I made for Train Life called Massive Load. And I thought that the publisher would find out about that, and they did not find out about that. I'm so happy that I have a game with an achievement called Massive Load in it. That's my life's work right there. I can grab the information and display it if I want, especially when a stat changes. And call set stat or update average rate stat. These calls only modify Steam's in-memory state and are very cheap. Appropriate points within your game call Steam user stats store stats to upload the change. Receive Steam user stats callback. Okay, we can put that on like a timer if we want. And also like force it on game end or whatever. Euphemisms are kind of okay. Well, I went even further with Train Life. To be fair, I made fake train company names just to like feel like you're in world, right? And the Polish one, oh no, the English one I called it this. Like Cheapka train parts, right? Now the problem is, this is fine if you are English speaking. However, Cheapka in Polish is pussy. So now see, that one I didn't think would get past the publisher. Or I thought I could get past the publisher. I didn't think I could get it past the other people I was working with. But I definitely got it past them too. So I did put some euphemisms in that game. Rated E for everyone. I think there was a Polish couple that was streaming the game when it came out, and they laughed at that. So I feel accomplished. Oh, I can indicate achievement progress to show a pop-up with the progress. That's kind of cool. Whenever one or more achievements are unlocked, call Steam user stats set achievement for each unlocked achievement, and then store stats to immediately upload them. The game will see user stats stored callback plus one user achievement stored callback for each unlocked achievement. The Steam game overlay will display a notification. Okay, it seems actually pretty easy to do. We just need to have the IDs and then update them as we do things, so that should be pretty easy to do. Steam keeps a local cache of the stats and achievement data so that the APIs can be used as normal and offline mode. Any stats unable to be committed are saved for the next time the user is online. That's really nice. And I can do a debug reset all stats. with B achievements to set to true to wipe achievements as well. That's pretty cool. Okay. I don't know how to implement some of this stuff, but obviously we need to then go into the app data and set those up. So we should be able to do those. And then once we get the API hooked up to Steam, we can, I think, just do those calls. Depending on what we're actually updating, we probably can just upload the data the moment we update it. So for instance, if there is an achievement for collecting all 3 platinum coins or whatever, and you know, and it's a progress 1, 2, and 3, then we can just update that and upload it immediately. I'll try to do like 10 achievements or something. I don't want to go too overboard. Like I said, I mainly just want to use them. I want them to be there because they're fun, but also to use them as a way to track progress for players and see how many people are finishing the game. Shit like that. I could make a super rare achievement for hacking my credit card account. And there's a 1 in 1 million chance that you pick my name. That'll piss people off trying to 100% it. That kind of reminds me of like old school PS3 or Xbox achievements. There were some really weird ones back when they weren't doing quality control on achievements for the PS3 and Xbox. It was bad, man. You had some weird ones that you had to... Like, there's some that you just can't even achieve anymore, I think. Some of those older games. I remember there was a game called Warhawk on the PS3 that you had to host a... You had to use your PS3. You couldn't play the game. You could start a dedicated server on the PS3 and host it for other people to play. So your PS3 is just turned on. The game is loaded, but you're just on the screen where you have a dedicated server hosted. And you have to do that for 10 hours to get a trophy. You can't play the game. You just sit there and you're just looking at the dedicated server screen being run. Weird trophy. Okay, achievements we need to do. Localization, I'll just add like a blank card here for source fonts, languages. I'll fill out the description once we actually get to a certain point with that. I'll have to check all widgets, make sure it's changing properly. Do a store page localization pass. Achievements, localization pass. You know what, I might just make a new swim lane for everything related to marketing and finishing. I want trading cards because I think that could be pretty cool. Trading cards are a profile feature that is offered to games that have met our player engagement threshold. See profile features for information. Games that have achieved broad player engagement and some commercial success are eligible. Okay, so we can't do that from the start. That's good to know. I'm sure they do allow it for some games on release, right? But you have to be pretty big for that. Have like a lot of wish lists or something. And they automatically enable the customization features as games reach certain player and sales metrics. Okay. They have a list of that? They do not include data from user reviews, wishlist, total playtime, or any other judgment of the quality of the game. Just sales and player engagement. It's probably to prevent, like, you know, dumb games going up that have trading cards. I bet this is pretty new. Who knows, though? Okay. Well, we can do, obviously we can do achievements on day one, but we can't do trading cards. Awesome. We do need to do a full lighting and nanite pass for the game, because I think right now some things do have nanite. I want to turn that off. Yes, we do. I can do that pretty easily, but let me, before I do that, upload what I have. Finished gamepad. Support. Can I do a quick gameplay demo? Yes, I can. Give me 1 second. Should be pretty quick. Not a whole lot to explain about how the game plays. And you know what? I'm gonna do it with my gamepad. Two birds, one stone. I can do some testing then. So the game is a very simple coin pusher type game. Spam your button, spawn your coins. We have a few collectibles and things that will push you to other parts of the game. Those are primarily going to be gallery tokens and credit cards. You can see a credit card there on the table right now, and the gallery tokens are the ones with the circles inside them. Your goal, as I should have shown when this popped up, is to collect the crown. You can spawn the crown after collecting 3 platinum chips, and a platinum chip is spawned after you collect 1 of each poker chip color. I'm kind of covering up the widget right now, but it's here in the bottom left. You can see it tracking those. So we've collected the black poker chip, and we need to collect the blue, green, and red one in order to spawn a platinum chip. And there are other collectibles too, such as like roll of coins. Those will give you 10 coins to use. There's big coins, those are also worth 10. And those spawn after you light up all of the big letters here, so we can try to get a coin to fall into the center here, maybe. We're lucky. There we go. It spawned a big coin, you can see there on the right. There's gold bars, and you can use those to buy upgrades. These are either temporary or like instant, so we can block coin falling, double the coin generation speed. Big letters won't turn off if you happen to re-trigger them. We can double the poker chip chance, so poker chips have a chance to spawn instead of coins. And we can spawn 5 big coins instantly. You can also see gems there on the table, and gems will spawn on the table when you collect a poker chip. I think the green poker chips will spawn gems. One of the colors. Each of the poker chips does something different when you collect one. Kind of forget what they do. And then gems will provide you with permanent buffs if you collect all in a set. So like more money on credit cards, big coins are worth more, you can increase coin generation speed permanently. Let's see here. Double poker chip chance is pretty great. And the artist is going to fix those pink sides not being lined up with the curved droppers. A black poker chip spawns one. You can't lose this game. You will generate coins over time, so there's no lose scenario. Bro, they're so close. In playing Balatro, and all I can think about is how to Balatrize the gameplay. Could definitely do with this. Yeah, so if this game is successful, by the way, then we'll like, you know, we can make a sequel and make it even better. Because this was initially just like a game jam game that we made. I made the core of it in like 5 days. And we're like, oh, it's actually kind of fun. Maybe we'll just finish it and throw it up on Steam, and if people like it, let's do it properly and let's make a, you know, more complex sequel or something. And then we could go with like roguelike elements or something. That would be pretty fun. So we'll just kind of like try to use this game to learn how to build some of the meshes, specifically how to handle the physics of small objects, different types of gameplay that we like or don't like. Obviously we've done some localization and gamepad support, so we've learned a lot there. And then with the second game, I think we could even build upon that much better. I've really fucked myself with coins here, haven't I? I think we need to do a pass because there's something like right here that's, I think, messing with physics around this point, and it could be some of the geometry of the table. I might try to get the table to be subdivided, because I'm wondering if some of the faces are a bit weird on the table geometry. Yeah, there's a lot bunching up there, and some of it could be normal, but I'm not sure. Extend the pusher out 2 times, that would be cool, actually. Save it for the sequel. That's what we'll do. Because if we do like a Bellatra style thing, it'd be cool if there was like a relic. 1 out of 100 times when the pusher pushes it, extends out 50% more or something. Little things like that that occur when you least expect them, and then they can go, you know, they can help you out a whole lot. It's possible one of the physical materials got messed up on the table too. I'll double check that. You want to drop a bomb or something just to disrupt them? It would be nice. I think there's lots of cool ways that we can extend this, and a lot of the coin pusher games in the market right now are either they're just kind of like low quality, or they're really buggy. And I want to see if we can fix that a bit. Just don't like the bunching up. I've never liked that, and that was kind of present in the original version too. But the original version also had larger coins and a smaller table, so you didn't have like hundreds of coins on the table causing big bunch ups. The artist that I work with, he mainly models realistic, so I think this has been a good challenge for him to see that sometimes, you know, making unrealistic scales and styles is sometimes of benefit to a game like this. Especially because it's casual, right? We don't want this to be a gambling game. Yeah, take care, man. Sorry that I couldn't show you the credit card hacking. Actually, I can. You probably really have to go, but. There is a credit card hacking minigame too, which plays a little bit like Mastermind. You have to try to guess their PIN number and hack into their account. Yeah, once the card drops. And this can augment your lives. Ooh, God, we just got it. And that can give you coins and gold bars, and then there's also the shooting gallery, which will spawn items that move along splines through these windows, and you have to click on them to collect them. And you can get both money, coins, and gold bars from this too. Shit, that one's hard. Damn it. I gotta adjust those splines though. Yeah, so that's the other minigames. There's 2 minigames that you can get from that. And it was all made in 5 days. Not the art stuff, but the mechanics. But yeah, I think this game doesn't need nanite. I think that we're not going to benefit from it. And probably the GPU cost is going to be better without it. It's not a huge base pass. It's only like 0.35, but I'm going to disable nanite and everything and see if that gives us anything better. Yep, it does. Sometimes nanite is great, sometimes it is not needed. And in this game, we don't have enough triangles in the scene for nanite to be a benefit, so. Lumen will be another thing. I'm thinking that we're going to disable Lumen as well, but I want to wait for my artist to come back before we talk about how we want to accomplish that. Or at the very least, we just need to make Lumen look better, because there's just tons. It's such a dark scene that there's tons of artifacting. So I basically just told him, hey, let's just not touch the lighting right now. Let it look shitty for a second, and then when you come back, we can redo the lighting in this whole thing. And we'll either look into making Lumen just look better as a whole, or just disabling it and going old school. These rough, reflective edges, I think, are the worst offenders. Look at that. Look at all the artifacting on that. Yeah, so we'll try to adjust that. I don't think players are gonna care too much, but it would be nice if we didn't have it at all. The main table, I think, looks okay. It's a little bit dark back here, but not the end of the world. You can essentially disable nanite by doing that. And that helps with the performance quite significantly. I think even without reflections, the game doesn't look that horrible. In fact, it just kind of feels more legible, if anything. Legible is probably not the right word here, more like visually readable. Yeah, the coins really like to push up. We fixed their collision, and we fixed some issues with the table collision too. Chaos physics is really finicky with small objects. Very, very finicky. which table are we using? I think table 2. Curious what this looks like. I don't know what it could be. I mean, it's maybe not impossible that some of the wake thresholds or sleep thresholds on the coins are a problem. Hey, Forrest and Strawberry, how you doing? Oh, that's in the full collectible. Hold on. Where are my coins specifically? Although I thought that we set this for everything. Okay, those are using CCD, MACD, and they have smooth edge collision. I don't think that'll force it to never sleep, but it might. Because some of it could be coming from the fact that it's trying to wake them up. I don't think that would be the problem though, but it's not impossible. It's like instead of pushing it all that energy is being popped up, which we don't really want. Though it is realistic. The energy is going exactly where it should be going, just not where I want it to be going. We had to make the coin bodies thicker to assist with that a bit, though they might not be thick enough. Not horrible though. Let me double check and see if the table is using the right physical material. Is. And the coins also are fine. This didn't get changed at all. No friction. No restitution. I know something I could show you guys. If I don't have anything like super big to jump into today. Well, let me go to the bathroom first and I'll think about it. I got something really cool to show you guys that I was working on. I don't know. I can go ask some physics geniuses what we could do to address and make better the physics for this. Because I do not know anymore. I don't know if my old trick works anymore. But I'd given this a shot. Just to like see how well the coins moved across a surface that had different geometry. And when I initially tested this, it worked pretty damn well. Something with this basic cube. Look how it pushes. Look how it pushes them. Am I weird for thinking that this pushes the coins better than the table we have? I don't know, something about this just looks and feels way better. The damnedest thing. You don't get the bunching up, you don't get it pushing them up on something. I don't know. Oh. It is not giving me back my... Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's weird. Back to Dozer from ATM, not giving back Dozer in context. I mean, I could always just keep the cube here and not render it. Like, just give it an invisible material. Look at how this pushes it. These coins are pushing it fine, right? It looks fine, it plays fine. They're not getting bunched up, they're not, you know, like, humping each other. They're mostly getting pushed and going off the end, which is what we want. Or what the player wants, really. No issues. Same physical material on the table. But now watch, just look at the behavior of the coins. And how they bunch and how they hump each other. Especially once they get piled up near the pusher. But if that were the case, then it should be happening with the cube as well. But it doesn't happen with the cube. I can't explain it. I don't know. But yeah, it's like, what? Look at them trying to hump each other. And then basically they just don't move off the end of the table. Like it requires a big force to push them. I mean, the surface is flat, but it definitely has different geometry than the cube. And I've had the artist, you know, fix the geometry multiple times, but neither of us really knows what's going on. But it's completely flat. I think the faces does have something to do with it. Yeah, look at that. It's because they get bunched up and they hump each other here, then they're more likely to fall down here, and then you end up basically with no coins. Like I've run out of coins, and my stats are, you know, about 2 times as much gain to losses. Actually, a little bit worse than 2 times. But the cube. All hail the cube. The cube comes in clutch. Well, the cube has two faces. Because it has one seam. Yeah, two. We both mean the same thing. Yeah, you get none of the humping here. None of it. I mean, maybe a little bit, but I'm thinking I'm literally just going to keep this cube here and render it invisible. And that's it. That's my solution. Because rather than iterate on the table a million times only to potentially have the same problem, just the cube works. All hail the cube. I think something is still holding focus, maybe when we move back from the ATM. This game's looking great. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Credit to the artist for making the game look good. I'm just working in the background. So the ratio before wasn't even 2 times as much gain to losses. Now it's over 3 times gain to losses. That ain't small. I've seen a lot of small things. In fact, I see small things every time I look in the mirror. But this is not small. It should still be there if I just hide it. The collision at least should still be there, which is primarily what we need. I think. Yes, okay. That was my test. And now we won't tell the artist that I did that, and we'll just say, yep, your table, it's working fine. No, I will tell him. I'll just tell him that this is going to be the solution because I don't want to iterate on the physics of the table. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, physics, man. Physics and gamepad. Actually, I think gamepad support is way more frustrating than physics. Fuck gamepad support. Never again. From this day onwards, I'm making mouse and keyboard only games. I will specifically design all my games to be so complex that there's no way they could be made with gamepad support in mind. Satisfying when it works. Yeah, when it works. 1 out of 1,000 times. Alright, I think that it's not adding the context, but I don't know for sure, so let us debug that. Player controller. And fluorescent strawberry. By the way, last time that we talked, I mentioned that it would be great to work on something together. I still want to do that. I have something in mind. I don't know if it needs, you know, 2 like designers necessarily, but I think that we could find work. Completely blanked what I was trying to do here. If you've ever seen like precision platformer games, like Only Up, I'm cooking up something in the background with that. It's giving it to me, but it's not working. Something is stealing my space. What is stealing my spacebar? Something's stealing it. After I get this, I'll show you what I've worked on so far with it. Very, very quick. Oh wait, this is not the most updated. Something's stealing my spacebar. I mean, nothing else should be bound to spacebar, so I don't know why it would be. Weird, I have to like click multiple times. We have the input mapping context. We know that the player is The player must have focus on something that isn't accurate when the player presses back to Dozer. Although it's switching the camera back to the Dozer table, which would make me think that we're okay. Focus on the main HUD. Input mode, game, and UI. Weird. No, I don't think there's any case of me setting to UI only in this project, so that can't be it. Why do we need to focus the UI in this case? I might have needed that for something with gamepad, but I'm not 100% on. Fine to me. I seem to resolve that problem. There's another one though, but I think this is mainly due to the fact that you're not really meant to obtain a credit card so early that it fucks up with the startup screen. Just click the multiplayer button. It's fucked up too. Son of a bitch, I thought we fixed this yesterday. Oh, fucking gamepad. Sucks so much. The worst fucking shit in this entire engine. Doesn't work. Yeah, the initial navigation on that's fucked up. I could have sworn we fixed that yesterday. Wait, let me de-stress a little bit and show you what I worked on. Some platforming mechanics. Oh. And also there's a lot of traces going on right now, so ignore those. Also checkpoints, yes. Very simple, just for testing purposes. We have checkpoints. I did some timed platforms. These will disappear after a certain amount of time. Those are very nice. Timer is adjustable, of course. Make them faster or slower. You can have it so that it pauses when you're off of the platform. That's always nice. You can have the timer reverse when you're off of it. Timer restarts when you jump off. These are all types as a whole, so. Also some destructible platforms. These are cool too. And they can respawn, of course, as well. Always need some good platforming mechanics for a platformer. I like the destructible ones too. The problem is that you need to make the destructible mesh for it, which can be annoying. Moving platforms. So these will follow a spline. So very easy to make. The speed is constant, despite the spline length. An important aspect. If you're wondering what the traces are, by the way, they're for like climbing and vaulting. There's some custom code that I made. Speed obviously can be adjusted, but again, it is constant for spline length. You can also set up custom curves, so linear and smoothed, you can see here. But you can apply your own curve to it if you want, or different movement. Optional kill at destination. And you can do optional respawn as well. Customize the delay if you want. Obviously you can change the actor class too if you want to have a different platform to throw in there. And because you can set custom actors, it also works with timed platforms. Different surface materials. So we have default surface, of course, just regular stuff. We then have ice as well. Oop, shit. And we also have mud. You move really slow, shitty acceleration. Hard to jump out of. Good stuff. Combo, so this is one mesh, but you can do multiple physical materials. So you can have, well, if you know, this is an example, this is a single mesh, but different materials in each spot. And those are our 3 on display. Oops. Now, one of the cool things I did, and this was a little bit more tricky than it sounds, since if you take like a cube and you put it on a slippery surface, it works the way that you would expect it to. But the player is not a cube, and the player does not have the same physical constraints or movement that the cube does when it's just a physical object and is falling. So I had to find a tricky way to make non-flat slippery surfaces move the player in the way that you would expect them to. And that was a pain in the ass, but it does work. So I think there's a lot that we could do with that. Yeah, you can make ice slide the player, which ice sliding a cube, no problem. Ice sliding the player. Normally if the player steps on a surface that is slippery, they just stand there because their character movement component hasn't been told to move at all. And then I made some bounce pads. These are fun too. Sure, we can get uses out of these. Nice and simple. Impulse strength is adjustable. That one's hard to jump from. Bug, get out of here. You can bounce anything with a movement component or a static mesh. Takes the first mesh found. Impulse is static, so mass is taken into account. So things that are lighter will bounce higher, but things that are heavier won't bounce as much. That's not too exciting, or that just works the way it works. You can toggle between player mesh bouncing acceptance. So if you don't want the player to bounce, or you don't want other meshes to bounce, you can turn that off. Get out of here, bitch. You can also turn on, it is based on impact to normal. So it will bounce things in the direction that you would expect them to bounce. That was fun to make work. You can customize the mesh, of course, too. Why wouldn't you be able to? And just like the rest of things, because these are actors, you can make them work with our other components as well. So all in all, this kind of, I don't know, took me about 3 days of work to make all these. If you combine all the hours. The kind of more annoying thing to make was all the jumping stuff. I think I still have that on display. So because we need to make our own custom jumping logic and animations, there are a few things that have to run here. And the first one is, do we have something that we can jump up onto or climb up onto? Is it vaultable? Is it climbable? The second thing we have to check, is there enough space up at the top of where we would be jumping or climbing onto for the player to actually fit? And then we need to check, is something above the player's head that would prevent them from jumping? In which case we don't want to run the climb or vault animation. So that's what all of those traces are. And the trace at my dick is the interaction trace. And then of course we need to check, you know, make sure that the slope isn't too high for that too, so. That's what you see here. Yeah, so yeah, just like you said, nice building blocks. Hopefully we can get them working, and then once we have our player character, which is getting made at the moment, Spoon is going to be our player character from Cauldron Chronicles. We'll be able to make some animations for him and then get those hooked up to the logic here. But the logic is working. And then the trace firing down is the one that helps to dictate what surface we're on and what parameters for the character movement should be given based on that. A lot of stuff. And that's what we have on trace, checking under the character. It's a whole thing. The nice thing is we can make new surfaces pretty easily. Determine the physical material and then the parameters that we want for the character movement. Try to make it as modular as we could. So the building blocks are there. We have a level designer who's going to be doing the level stuff. Although we definitely have more room for more level design and level art. New mechanics and stuff. All the goodies. Yeah, we made modular what I think we needed to make modular, and then we'll just script anything that we don't need to be. But because the game, it's a platforming game, we expect to have a lot of different surfaces and materials and ways to platform. Those need to be modular, those need to be very scalable and easily adjustable. But I mean, from a platforming standpoint, I've kind of made most of what we want for a vertical slice. You know, once we get the character movement, or once we get the new character, we can adjust the character movement component until it feels really good to just jump around and exist as this character. And then we build the level, and that's pretty much it. The first playable. Can't really think of anything we need to do beyond that. Marketing, finishing store page, setup store page, localization pass. We'll need trailer and promo images. Those are subtasks of the store page setup, though. One of the other parts is getting the player feel. Yeah, player feel. Yeah. So the setting is going to be the same universe that Colden Chronicles was in. You play as Spoon, a little goblin. He's been thrown in this pit and has to escape out of it. And then we'll see, like, how does this feel? Is this fun? Is this first level enjoyable? And then we can start to expand upon the idea there and make something a little bit more unique and interesting. Escape the pit. And I think there can be some really fun moments with, because Spoon is such an interesting character, right? Being a sewer goblin, talking about shit all the time. I think it'd be really fun if we steal the poetry making from Ghost of Tsushima. You guys ever played that? Good game, by the way. Highly recommend. I was thinking of stealing this. But instead of crafting like
a world's reflection,
really beautiful poems about the world of Tsushima Island,
deep in nature's shade,
you're just writing really crude poetry about sewer goblins. I don't know why, but I really want that in the game. They kind of cut out the cool part of the minigame, though.
Ocean.
I think it's a very cool, it's simple mechanic that works really well with the theme of the game, where you're crafting the poem to focus on something, and you look around the world to find the parts of the poem that you want to use. Really simple, like from its design standpoint. You should play this game. It's exceptional. Especially before Ghost of Yote comes out. Beautiful game too. Really great photo mode. I think this is the only game where I spent probably a good 20% of my gameplay in photo mode. I would recommend, though, if you play it, to play with... it's hard to do, but if you can play it with Japanese audio with English subtitles, ooh, beautiful. Feels so immersive. A shame it was recently on sale for 33%. But you could probably actually find it for cheaper. If you have like a PS4 or PS5, you can probably find a used copy for cheaper. Yeah, you can buy one for PS5 for much cheaper than PC. Yeah, it came out on PS5 a little while ago. But it was a PS4 exclusive. I think the new one will be PS5 for a limited amount of time too. I don't know if it looks better on PC or PS. If you have a PS5, I think it'll look really great on the PS5. If you don't, then you can just get it on PC. But it is a great game. Look. Trending games, dedicated servers. Been a while since you played a game on console. I cannot say the same thing since I recently did Death Stranding 2. Oh, that's right, the subtasks. Get a little fucked up with that, it's fine. Trailer. Screenshots. Put them in there. I don't need a description for that shit. Don't ever name your epic gameplay. Don't do what I'm doing here. Add reward pop-ups for credit cards, gallery tokens, gems, poker chips, platinum chips. That should be pretty easy to do. The reason I'm not going to go too crazy about putting in descriptions or doing this properly is just because I know what needs to be done. I just don't want to forget the big points. I wonder if sprints are actually the best solution to managing work. It's just a solution that everyone adopted and everyone knows. I think sprints are fine, but you can do sprints in your own customized way. I prefer Kanban boards to other types of boards though, because it keeps things focused. Kanban, like, it ideally limits the amount of things that can be in progress at one time. So that way the team is hyper-focused on a few core things instead of just pulling in a whole bunch and overwhelming the sprint. But you can, you can do like you can go from, we're going to have a 2-week sprint to get this done, and then we can do a 4-week sprint for this major one, or we can break it up into smaller pieces. I think a lot of companies just kind of think, okay, let's adopt agile methodology. Therefore, we need to do this thing, this thing, this thing, and this thing, and they don't ask, well, do we want this thing, right? What's the purpose that this thing is serving, and how are we using it? And then for me, on top of that, I place a zero bug policy, which is before we implement new features, fix the bugs first. Those have default higher priority than working on new features. But when I'm working alone, I'm kind of lazy and I just do things intuitively and instead of wasting time in boards where I don't need to. I don't mind U-Track, like the way that I set it up using epics as swim lanes, though I think I would want to do that differently if we entered a more official production. Part of it is just the way that U-Track automatically subtasks these under the epic, which means that I can't subtask this as part of a main task. So I think just having a completely separate thing for swim lanes and then putting the epics and all that shit in there would be the right move. Review audio. Game audio, we need then UI audio. And I have the sound classes already set up and the settings set up, so I just need to add them in, get them triggering, maybe add a music manager. Should be okay. I could probably just steal the one that I used in Golden Chronicles anyway if I really want to. We'll see. Probably wouldn't steal that one. Anything else for the gameplay? I mean, I could add information to the game info that poker chips also drop different items too when you collect them. Not 100% important though. These are the cosmetic ones. Just replace with static meshes. Performance. Physics sake. This song from Zoro, this song is from somewhere. Probably Throne and Liberty. Though their album playlist here was mixing up some things from other games too. I remember either like Aeon, Lineage, It might be a combination of all those. I remember. One of those from NCSoft. Hey, Angel Piecer. What up? Burn on Liberty is so disappointing. Such a good soundtrack, such a mediocre game. This needs to be fixed. Fix gallery splines to better positions. Let's change to mesh. Messed up slots. And I think with the gallery too, fix icons for sure. I think the gold bar icon is kind of bad. Gold bar. And the coin icon. Dull colors, bad contrast. Video games have such amazing music. I feel like the contribution of games to music is super underrated. I agree. I absolutely agree. You know I was talking about this yesterday, but I don't think you were here. The artist for Octopath Traveler, Yasunori Nishiki. He recently worked on another game, a gacha game, like a waifu gooner gacha game. Big titty goth vampire girlfriend game. It's called Silver and Blood. So I don't really want to play the game, and I'm not really a big fan of like big bazongas. The art style though is pretty cool, and I like the outfits. But for like a mobile game that looks like this, you would think, okay, it's probably just got like generic soundtrack. They got Octopath Traveler, Yasunori Nishiki to make the soundtrack for this game. And it's way, way too good. For those sus games make a lot, they do make a lot of money. Like, you can see who this game is made for, but by God, I will listen to the soundtrack any day of my life. He does such a good job. We can listen to it while I continue with this. I don't think there are too many songs on the playlist for it yet, but I kind of hope it does well because it just is really good. I think this is like the main theme of the game. This one. It has no business being this amazing. Where did I put this? Oh, there it is. So here's the reality. If you like Big Bazonga vampire mommies, check out Silver and Blood. I'm not sponsored, but the soundtrack is amazing. That's just the main theme. I think this is... What is it that plays when you... Ever considered making a game like that for money? I don't know. There's like a song that plays when you do your gacha pulls, and it's, again, just way too good. Maybe it's this. Yeah, this is the gacha pull music. It's insane. I have no words. But if I had the money, I would hire this guy to do a soundtrack or something. To be fair though, this is the same guy that did... Where's the battle music for Octopath? I mean, everything from Octopath is amazing. You're just gonna hear this when you're fighting the most random ass shitty snail. That's absurd. He's too skilled, somebody stop him. And he was like, wait guys, hold my beer, I can do it again. What a bop. But then this Japanese man, he said, hold my beer again. And did it a third time. This game is so good. One of the best turn-based combat systems I think I've ever played. But then he said again, hold on, those 3 songs, you wouldn't play those during a boss battle, would you? Mm-mm. Nobody would think that those were cool enough for a boss battle. So of course he made boss battle music. If I were a composer and I made a good song for a regular battle theme, I'd be so worried I'd not be able to top it for a boss or something, right? I don't know, it just literally everything this guy made for the soundtrack was fire. Oh man, what a game. And it is cool. It's such a cool game with its art style. Made in Unreal. It's so beautiful. He even made... He even made music specifically for fighting like a a special enemy called a Kate, where these guys these are kitties. They try to leave really fast, in the battle. But if you can kill them, you get a ton of loot and XP. He made music for that too, because why not? And even this is a banger. I have no words. There's a really cool video about the music design of Octopath Traveler. We should watch that. Where was it? This is really good. How Octopath Traveler hypes its boss battles.
The best part of a boss battle for me is often not the actual fight itself.
True.
It's what comes right before, the build-up. The tense anticipation as you nervously wait and ready yourself to go face to face with something you have no idea what to expect from. And then finally, it happens.
You know what, I'll just let it play.
Boss music kicks in,
We get to
and
watch
the
it together.
adrenaline takes over.
I hope this guy's okay with me watching his video.
This is the same feeling that Masaki Hayasaka had when he went to a live gig of one of his favorite bands. He got excited whenever the band opened their songs with new extended intros that he hadn't heard before.
You don't really notice this stuff when you play a
that
game.
giddy suspense of not knowing what's about to come, and the euphoric moment of when you finally recognize that.
Like, I think when boss music, when battle music works, and it works so well that you don't notice it, that's the perfect... That's like that's the golden path that you want to try and find in a game. But the way that Octopath Traveler does it, and I didn't know about it until I watched this video about how intricate it was and how much work went into it. I think I gained a new love for Yasunori Nishiki and other games that try to do something similar.
One chord or riff, and it all clicks together. Hayasaka was inspired by the emotional climax achieved by these introductions, and wanted to bring that same feeling to the music of the game that he was working on as a sound designer at the time, Octopath Traveler.
This is for the first game, by the way.
As the name suggests, in Octopath Traveler you play as an ensemble troupe of 8 characters, who all travel and fight together, but each have their own discrete storylines. For instance, the scholar Cyrus is tracking down a missing ancient tome, the priest Ophelia is on a pious pilgrimage called the Kindling, and Primrose seeks revenge on the 3 men that murdered her father.
Men!
With personalized tales for each of the travelers, it's easy to form a bond with these characters, quickly understanding their personality, motivations, and goals.
Yeah, I really like the way that the game blends the storylines and the way that you can choose which character you want to start the game as, but of course then you end up meeting all of them and bringing them all into your party. But it's a really cool mechanic and idea for building up the narrative going forward, because you're just focused on one character. And then as you start to learn more about them, then you get the second character and you learn about them, and it's the pacing is just great because you're not overwhelmed by the amount of characters super early into the game.
That Octopath's composer Yasunori Nishiki was mindful of while writing the 8 character themes, saying that melody is an important part in helping you empathize with the character. That through the theme of each character, you can immediately understand where they're from, the situation they are in, and what their journey will look like.
Yeah, and I think this is something that isn't done often in games, is giving each character their own themes and their own, sometimes instruments, to build upon their values, their personality. But I agree with it completely. When you know, and I think Octopath is just a great example of that. When you hear the character's theme, it just kind of pulls you into who they are and what they stand for. And you do that a lot by the choice of melody or even the choice of instruments. that was one of the things I tried to keep in mind with Golden Chronicles' main theme was choosing the right instruments to suit the moods that I was trying to set, and building the pacing to kind of make the player not feel as if they had to rush, as if they just sat there and listened to the main theme, that they would feel relaxed and pulled into nature.
He does this not only through melody, but also instrument choice. Each of the 8 themes feature a unique instrument that best embodies the spirit of that character. Take Ulbrich, for example, a famed swordsman of the Fallen
He's
King
hot.
who now lives in hiding in a small mountain village. His theme has a small brassy horn section, which feels noble and yet remains humble. This theme plays during important story
theme
beats
song.
for Ulbrich, and is also referenced in one other track called For Redemption, which plays in the lead up to the bosses that Ulbrich faces. Because the story paths are individualized for each character in Octopath Traveler, the bosses they face are generally much more personal. Rather than fighting a slightly more ferocious dungeon dweller, or some disposable cog in a grand machine that's looking to destroy the world, you're generally facing a longtime rival, or someone who has a specific conflicting interest to that character's own goal.
Am I the only one that just doesn't like the whole trying to destroy the world trope? I don't know, there's a lot of like story tropes. And recently with Expedition 33, I, fell out of some interest in that game just due to the fact I don't like the whole spoilers. It was just a dream trope. Not a fan.
By reintroducing the unique instrument from the character's theme, it reminds you of the personal stakes at hand. But
the personal
then, why
narratives are
does
much
it need
nicer.
a second theme at all? Why not just use Ulbrich's theme in this scene too? Well, what For Redemption enables is the moment that inspired Masaki Hayasaka at the gig.
What was it?
The mounting anticipation and slow build into a musical climax, seamlessly flowing into the part that the audience is all eagerly waiting for. This would usually be rather simple to do if it weren't for one small problem.
Me?
You are unpredictable and have complete control over the speed at which the scene progresses. The game letting you read through the dialogue at your own pace. Who knows, you could go make a cup of tea and leave the final dialogue box hanging. The battle only begins when you are ready and press the A button. So instead of building one single musical climax that fits all,
really good artwork too. I think it's hard. It's really hard to do consistent, good-looking pixel art, but making really cool-looking bosses with pixel art is, I don't know, with so much detail too. Very impressive.
as you can with a live performance or even a cutscene, the music needs to be ready to react to your input and make the
Same.
transition at any given moment. This is achieved through a rather simple dynamic music system. The entire sequence is made up of 3 parts. The first is the pre-battle track, For Redemption. This is a 25-second long track that will continuously loop either forever or until you press the A button and enter the battle, whichever comes first. When that happens, the track will immediately cut on the next beat to a short transitionary cue, which seamlessly connects the end of the lead-in track with the beginning of the boss track. Where it all gets more complicated is in the actual music.
You know what it kind of reminds me of is, this is kind of a weird tangent, but it reminds me of how they did the camera for, the newest God of War series, where if you do not die in the new God of War game, the camera never cuts. It only cuts when you die, of course, because it has to reload you. So it kind of reminds me of that, where they wanted to do the same thing here with the music, where the music isn't going to cut when they want you to experience it, it's going to transition. But that's easier, it feels like it's easier said than done.
Because this transition can happen at any point during the 25-second loop, For Redemption needs to account for this in its composition, and as a result is quite different to anything else found on Octopath's soundtrack. Unlike the rest of the score, the melody takes a bit of a back seat here. You can't just use Ulbricht's theme in this scene because the melody would get cut short, leaving it unresolved and breaking the momentum in the process. Ulbricht's theme is instead hinted at through the use of the horns, albeit in a much more textural way that allows them to be suddenly interrupted with minimal impact.
Good way to describe it.
The same goes for the key of the piece. As 8-bit music theory discussed in his video, Ulbricht's theme changes its key from D minor to F minor in order to spice things up a little. However, the looping section of For Redemption is limited to staying in D minor, so that it can smoothly jump into the transition cue at any moment. The transition's purpose is to somehow find its way from D minor to the opening key of the boss track, G minor, which it does by the way of A flat major. One final consideration
breaks my brain that you have to think about that
to make is the tempo. The boss theme is set to a brisk 164 beats per minute, so in order to maintain the momentum through the transition, For Redemption needs to be locked to this same tempo as well.
It's so
but
good,
Ulbricht
it almost gives me
is only
goosebumps to
one
hear
of
it.
the playable characters in Octopath Traveler, and redemption is his goal. All 8 characters have their own stories, goals, bosses to face, and music that plays in the lead up to them. So actually, it's not just one track into one other, but rather 8 tracks that all perfectly build into the decisive battle.
What? Let's get this over with. All right.
Each one was written not only to capture the spirit of the character, but all exist within the same limitations. A melody that can at any point immediately pivot to a new section, being locked to a specific tempo, and remain in a single key. But what makes this even more impressive is that there's a second boss track.
Let's get this over with. Out of my way.
And in Chapter 3, there's a third, and they all managed to be just as seamless in their transition.
One more fight.
And they did it, I think, even better in the second game too, because they did the same thing, but now you have like, it's even crazier because there's so many more bosses in the second game.
This is because these extra boss tracks also stick to the same limitations as the first. They're set to 164 BPM.
God, can we just appreciate, by the way, the boss? I love the different boss designs and the way that you can feel their personality in the way that they look.
This is because...
And the animations for them, like, it's really well done. I love how large they feel, too. Hey, Necropolis, music theorist, the pivot chord to transition to the 6th, the minor major musician. Yeah, I just pressed some keys and it sounded good. That's kind of how I do it. Can you just, if I ever have like a game like this, I'll just be like, okay, look at this video. Can we do something similar to that? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. I will leave that in your capable hands.
These extra boss tracks also stick to the same limitations as the first. They're set to 164 BPM and start in G minor in order to make it work.
It's almost like it really is like you have to do sound, not just sound design, and sound design is like, you know, building the sound effects or whatever and when they should play, whatever, but also the design of the composition of the tracks and how you handle all this transition. Because I think if you didn't do this, the game would feel very different and wouldn't have that same impact of transitioning from the dialogue right into the battles.
On top of all of this, there are some optional boss battles that give you hidden job classes, and these all share a unique boss theme which sticks to these same limitations, despite not even doing the transition in-game. But it still works. So that is 8 different character tracks, all of which build perfectly and transition smoothly into 4 different boss themes at whatever point the player chooses. That is madness. But it's evidence of the level of care that went into the game and its score. Octopath Traveler is one of my favourite games of 2018 because you can feel the developers'
Very
passion
memorable,
for the
yeah.
project and
Good
love
game.
for the classic JRPGs and soundtracks that inspired them. But it's not just a rehash of everything that's come before to capitalise on nostalgia. They let inspiration in from other aspects of life, as so many of the great game designers of the past have. They were willing to try ambitious new things to bring that same experience to a new generation.
Well, they had a publisher that supported that ambition and goal too. And that's really the tough thing. There's so many people out there who want to do some crazy things and could, with a little bit of help and guidance, learn how to do stuff like this, but they don't have that guidance, they don't have that financial assistance that is needed to experiment and try these things. Ugh. I guess he did key change and make it more interesting. Up a third, very common move, so now he's in another key, but it has to loop, so yeah, then you need some sort of bridge, yeah. There's another video he references here, I don't know if he has it. This one is quite interesting.
A lot of this channel is devoted to pointing out how specific musical techniques achieve specific musical effects, and one of the most tried and true methods of producing a specific musical effect is the key change, or modulation. The act of establishing a home key, then picking up roots and jumping full on into another key always makes an impression on the listener, for better or worse. And today I've got the perfect soundtrack to showcase just what a modulation is and how they work, as well as some more advanced techniques to executing a modulation well. The soundtrack I'm talking about is of course Octopath Traveler. Octopath's soundtrack includes more key changes than maybe any other soundtrack I've ever listened to, with an average MPT, or modulations per tune, of a whopping 0.8. This is not a real metric of musical measurement, I just made up this number, I don't know the actual modulations per tune, I just made all this up right now. Modulating keys is a great way to create a sense of overarching motion in a piece of music, as you're literally stepping away from home to an entirely new place. The worst kind of key changes exist just to extend a song that's run out of ideas by repeating old ideas in a new key. And if you've heard of the truck driver's key change, you know that this kind of blatant ploy has been responsible for eye rolls all over the world for hundreds of years.
Copyright strike! DMCA! Video blocked globally!
When used properly, though, a key change can create a deep sense that the music is taking you on a journey, with specific and nuanced emotional effects tied to both which keys you modulate to relative to the original, as well as
guys, I got a major D for you.
Just how you manage to get from point A to point B. Probably the most common key change there is, and one that you'll see all over pop music, game music, and Octopath Traveler's soundtrack, is the move from 1 to 4. Meaning, if the key we start in is the key of 1, say A major, the key we change to is a fourth above, in this example, D major. This is exactly what happens in Tressa the Merchant's theme, which is split into 2 main sections that alternate with each other, the first in A and the second in D. Notice how the same melodic figure moves down to fit the new key before spinning off into its own new direction.
But how can you even tell? Like, where do you see the key change? How do you read? How do you know it's in a different key? Oh wait, it's over here, isn't it? This is like the key, right? It's on the left side. I don't know a lot about music. Oh, wait, was that the keychain?
This is a simple emotional effect, but it's super effective, giving the tune a blast of energy going into the new section that...
But I don't even just like the key change, I also like the change to... It sounded kind of like an oboe, almost. I don't know my instruments very well, but... It was very, like, calming.
To me, at least, never gets old no matter how many times I hear it, which is probably why it's so common. Not all kinds of modulation are this simple, however. Some key changes are much more dramatic. In Ulbrich the Warrior's theme, the 6-bar intro is played in the home key of D minor once, then blasts up abruptly to the key of F minor before settling back into the key of D minor for the next section.
Yeah. I see it.
This key change sounds much more dramatic than our first example, and this is due to two factors. First, the distance between the two keys we're moving between.
Distance?
The distance between the 1 and 4 keys, if you look at their respective key signatures, is only 1 note. That's different enough to have a noticeable effect on the music.
What is like the key distance though? Like what is this? What does this indicate? Key distance.
But not enough to blow anyone away. The distance between the key of 1 and flat 3, however, as we see in Ulbrich's theme, is 3 notes, and jumping this distance has a much more obvious dramatic effect on...
How many sharps are flat? Is it like, because you have like your, is it because you have like your keys, right, which are like these big sections, and then the intermediary sections up or down, so you like set the, we're here, and then flat as we go down a little bit, and then sharp as we go up a little bit from that initial point. Is that kind of how it works? Deviation from the default scale. I used to be in choir, and I could read some notation, but not very much.
On the music. The other factor at play here that makes this key change feel more drastic is the suddenness of the modulation. There's no warning, we're just chugging along.
Hey, Wyrmsoft, are we talking about C sharp? I mean, we are kind of talking about C, and sharp is also potentially there, but not in the same way. Music C sharp.
We're in F minor now! This kind of jarring key change can be effective, like in Ulbrich's case, but it definitely wouldn't fit every musical situation. So let's talk about some techniques you can use to shift keys more subtly.
Yeah.
The most basic of modulation techniques are called pivot chords. A pivot chord is one that fits and functions in both the original key of the tune and the new destination key.
What does that mean? Pivot chord. I mean, I know we just explained it, but I'm having trouble visualizing how that... I want to hear it again.
Basic of modulation techniques are called pivot chords. A pivot chord...
Does Microsoft have a language called D flat? I don't know. Maybe they do. I know there's some meme programming languages, right? I think there's a... I think there was like a feminist C++ version. Feminist C++. Oh yeah, it was C plus equality. That's a pretty funny one. This is a real, if you're a programmer, this is a really fun read. It's changed the private to privileged. Printf equals yell. Include is now consider. If equals maybe. This is a good one. Y's are strictly prohibited when naming variables, only X's are allowed. Jesus Christ. Problematic binary Boolean condition. Inclusive Boolean condition. What the fuck? Strings are called ideals. Characters are now called strong. Pointers are called preferred pronouns. A new data type diversity is also included, which initiates by random as one of the many data types and changes during the course of the program. Oh, perfect. Wonderful. There's some funny meme programming languages like that.
is one that fits and functions in both the original key of the tune and the new destination key, providing a way to smooth out the transition from one key to another. In the Frostlands theme, we start in the key of B flat minor and set up a repeating chord progression of 1, flat 6, flat 3, 5. At the end of the main section of the piece, this big F sus to F move sets up our expectations for our B flat minor tonic to follow.
Wait.
However,
there's a sus move?
This F not only functions as the 5 chord in our key of B flat minor, but also simultaneously functions as the flat 7 chord in the key of G minor. Our expectations are dashed as this F winds up a flat 7 to 1 cadence to rocket us into the new key.
You know, I don't really understand a lot of what's being talked about, right? Because I'm not anywhere near audio, but watching stuff like this really does make me appreciate the depth of knowledge that somebody has to specialize in making, you know, like memorable soundtracks like this. You know, you listen to like a great soundtrack like Harry Potter or Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or whatever, and you know, you can play it back in your head. Like Hedwig's theme, I think we can all play in our head at some point. But we never understand why it's so catchy, why it works so well, and I don't know, when you dive into thinking about how a soundtrack becomes memorable and sounds enjoyable to our ears, it feels like witchcraft.
F winds up a flat 7 to 1 cadence to rocket us into the new key.
I see that.
Moving from B flat minor to G minor is a pretty distant leap, but using this F chord to pivot between the two keys,
you can steal a lot though and make yourself look like a genius. I guess sometimes, but I think that if you steal without understanding the why, you can oftentimes steal the wrong aspect, right? There's a good example. I don't know. I'm thinking of like anime, but it would be like isekai, right? There's like really good core isekai that were made, and everybody stole certain parts of it without understanding why it was enjoyable, and so their new isekai is not very enjoyable because it didn't steal the right parts of it. It didn't understand why it was successful. I just think it's a real shame there's a lack of innovation in the audio world to furthering technology. Spotify only runs at 320. I think a lot of people just don't have good enough like headphones to hear the difference between. I could be wrong about that though. That's just my thought. Like, lamest argument is people will try and say you can't hear it, but it's a bad one. Oops. Because if you compare good audio versus bad, it's obvious. But I don't think I have good headphones enough to hear that. Because even right now, I'm just using like $5 Sony earbuds. And still need your chops, but a lot of John Williams is from classical composers. I don't know. It's all magic to me to hear this stuff.
The transition feel a little smoother. This works because F fits functionally into both of these keys, and as we change keys, our ears retroactively hear that F chord as part of the key of G minor, even though we originally would have heard it relative to the key of B.
Wait, what? Huh?
Fits functionally into both of these keys, and as we change keys, our ears retroactively hear that F chord as part of the key of G minor, even though we originally would have heard it relative to the key of B flat minor. A second and more complicated way to make a big dramatic modulation feel more natural is to string together a few less dramatic key changes.
So what is a key? I'm asking the same thing, Flores and Strawberry.
Between point A and point B. In the track How Amusing, we've wandered from our home key of D minor all the way out to the key of B flat minor, and now we need to get back to the original key so that we can loop back to the beginning of the piece.
I mean, when a composer is thinking about making a track like this, where do they start? Do they just like jam out an interesting idea? Do they think in their head? Do they choose a key first? Maybe it depends on the composer. Like, how is the key chosen? How do you... I don't know. Do they just sit there and think, you know what? I want to write a song in B flat minor. Witchcraft.
Instead of jumping from B flat minor straight to D minor, which would be a very jarring transition between two very distant keys, we get this cycle of tonicizations that move us from B flat minor to F minor to C minor to G minor and then back to D minor, meaning that instead of our key signature jumping straight from 5 flats to 1 flat all at once, we simply drop 1 flat at a time as we move through each key on our way home. Now these keys are established through a simple flat 6 5 1 cadence, which is a very typical way of resolving to the tonic in a minor key. But the coolest part of this cycle to me is the way that the composer, Yasunori Nishiki, uses pivot chords in this transition to make these resolutions feel even more natural. Each flat 6 chord in the cycle is preceded by its secondary dominant chord, making it a series of flat 3 7 to flat 6 to 5 to 1 progressions. But if you look, these flat 3 7 chords each also fit perfectly with the key of the chord that came before it.
You're right. I was thinking the same thing. How do I read this? Oh my god. Sometimes I feel like they'll just come up with something that sounds cool first and then put it on paper afterwards. I have no idea. I don't know. I would love to just kind of like sit and, be a fly on the wall while he's creating one of these songs and just watch the order in which things are done. Because I have no idea where you would even begin.
With the key of the chord that came before it. So, B flat minor to A flat 7 to D flat is a perfectly normal cadence in the key of B flat minor. And B flat to C7 to F minor is a perfectly normal cadence in the key of F minor. Pivoting on the middle chord of this progression chains these keys together almost seamlessly, even though they're happening one after another so quickly.
It's a fun song.
One of the more sophisticated ways...
I mean, how can you hear that and not think that video game composers are as good as any other realm of composers that we've ever had? I go back to what Florence and Strawberry said earlier, is that there's so many video game soundtracks and composers that I think are just underrated.
To make a modulation more fluid is to foreshadow the key change in question. What do I mean by foreshadowing? As I mentioned earlier, the distance between two keys can be measured by the number of notes that change from one key to the other. It's the contrast between these notes that create the emotional effect associated with any given modulation, but it's also this contrast that makes a key change seem jarring when it happens too suddenly. By introducing one or more of these contrasting key notes earlier in a piece before the actual modulation happens, you give the listener's ears an opportunity to get used to them. This means that when the full-on key change does come, it feels a lot more natural than it otherwise would.
Yeah, I kind of get that, what he's meaning with that. Yeah, just to hint that you are going to do that key change without doing it. Play around with those sounds, and then when you perform it, if you build up to it, it's not going to feel so jarring. Although I think sometimes the jarring can be nice, but maybe it just depends. Maybe you can get away with it in some cases, but in other cases, having that free-flowing movement is exactly what you're trying to achieve, like with that song we just heard. Really want to learn this stuff, but like, where do I start? I'm in the same boat as you. Though I don't think you have to write a complex song for it to be a good song. I mean, do you think that like that Relogic knew all this stuff when he went in to make Terraria's music? Probably not. Maybe he just was like, this sounds good. I think that maybe there's a lot of like Necropolis is saying, maybe when you're composing, a lot of it is just intuitive. And once you feel like you have a good section down or a couple of good sections, then you can think, okay, how do I combine these sections? How do I move from this section to this section? And then you can put all that on paper once you have it all recorded or you play around with it enough.
Flatland's theme uses two extremely common examples of mode mixture in the key of D to foreshadow a modulation to the key of G minor later on in the piece. First, we have this exchange of 1 to minor 4 to 1, which is a common chord progression that introduces us to our first out-of-key note, B flat. Next, we see a walk-up from the flat 3 to the 4 to the 5, a harmonic move that's more commonly found in rock music but shouldn't sound too foreign to anyone's ears. This introduces us to 2 more out-of-key notes, F natural and C natural. This 8-bar section then repeats.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. The only thing I can say is that I like, oh, it sounds good. Good music. Good composers transcribe music they like by ear every day. After a while, all your favorite tracks become second nature. I don't know, it's just wild. It feels like your whole life and your whole brain just has to think in terms of sounds. And I guess we all kind of have that in our own way, right? Like, my brain is just all about, like, data and numbers. That's it. That's all I think about. When you ask me to think about sounds or art, I can be like, well, I like how this sounds. And the most that I can break it down, I can think, okay, I can hear this. I can hear a lot of woodwind instruments. I like how it feels this mood and this mood. So if I want a new song, I kind of want these instruments with this BPM to give these moods. And apparently, according, when I was working with composers for, well, actually 2 things. When I was working for a composer for Train Life, he liked that I described it in that way, and they also seem to like it for Colden Chronicles' theme. So I think if you just provide some of that base information to the composer of, hey, I really like these instruments, I like these moods, here are some soundtracks and the sections of them that I really enjoy. Let's find our own thing, but with this same kind of feeling to it. That maybe that's enough for experienced composers. Tell me about the A sus4 key. Shut up.
It's training our ears to get even more used to these out-of-key notes in the context of the key of D major. This means that when the next section abruptly jumps to the key of G minor, even without using any sort of pivot chord or anything, it doesn't sound very abrupt at all. In fact, the first 2 chords in the section, G minor and F, are ones that we've already heard used before in the piece. Foreshadowing this key change makes it sound so much more natural than the kind of
it's not even, there's just the breadth of instruments being used here is really incredible. I mean, there's so many different instruments at play for one single song, and it feels like Yasunori Nishiki just has no qualms about completely switching up the instruments he'll use for different characters, for different themes, for different moods. You compare that with like Witcher 3 music, right? And Witcher 3 is it has its instruments that it wants to use, and it's happy with that. And that's cool, because it's an amazing soundtrack. But then Yasunori Nishiki just kind of, it's like, fuck it, we're going with woodwinds and oboes, and then he'll be like, fuck it, throwing a shamisen over here. Who cares? This teaches you nothing about how he got here. This is true. This is true. And I'm really curious how he got here and what he thinks. Maybe he has like this mental library of instruments and the moods that each feels like it conveys, and how he chooses that. I'd love if there was like an interview where he just deep dives into that. But some people aren't good at explaining it either, right? Like, for me, I'm very much an intuitive designer, and I have trouble sometimes explaining how I get from point A to point B, or the reasons that I do something. That's a bad thing, by the way. You need to get better at that. But there are some cases where you can get away with it, right? If you aren't like meant to teach people. If you're just like a composer, you're hired to make a cool soundtrack, you can kind of get away with that mentality.
And hit you over the head move we saw in Ulbricht's theme. Now, with all these techniques you can use to make a key change as smooth as possible, I want to leave you with a technique that I've noticed Nishiki likes to use to make his modulations a little less on the nose. What he'll do is he'll set up a really obvious key change, and then, instead of resolving to
there is like footage here. Maybe there is like a a video about how he's done it.
What he'll do is he'll set up a really obvious key change, and then, instead of resolving to the tonic of the new key right away, which is typical, he'll jump to the 4 chord of the new key, or the flat 6 chord if it's a minor key.
What does that mean?
Landing hard on this chord in a piece of music is always like hitting the cry button, and to set up a big key change and then hit you with one of these rather than the tonic just amplifies that effect. Check it out in Ophelia the Cleric's theme. We start in the key of F, with the end of the first section giving us a big F sus to F move.
F
Using
sus!
This sustained
He said
4th
it.
to 3rd cliche sets up a blatantly obvious modulation to the key of the 4 chord B flat major, or maybe its relative minor key of G minor. And we do modulate to G minor in the very next bar, with this final F acting as a pivot chord, functioning as both the tonic of the original key and the flat 7 of the new key. But rather than hitting us with a G minor chord right off the bat, making this a typical flat 7 to 1 cadence, we instead get a big, colorful E flat major 9 chord that lays the emotion on thick. We can see this exact move with almost the exact same chord progression even, used in Hannet the Hunter's theme. Starting in the key of F minor, this melancholy piano sets the mood before setting up a modulation to the much more distant key of D minor, using the same flat 7 pivot chord that we saw used in Ophelia's theme. This chord once again yanks our tonic resolution out from under our noses as this bass line walks down chromatically to the flat 6 chord of the new key. This B flat major 9 chord
I know so little about music, sometimes I'm like, is he just making up these words? Are these real?
once again stacked with colorful extensions.
Chromas and susses. You know, it's kind of weird because this song is probably one of this soundtrack's least diverse when it comes to the musical choice. Like if you say, I want to make emotional, slow games song, you know, you're going to think like, just go to the piano, right? Play some shit. And it works. But this is a good song, but I really like all the diversity that the rest of the soundtrack has too, and it's not just this for the whole thing. Because it would be good, but I don't think it would be as memorable because every single track would sound kind of similar, and it'd be hard to pick it apart. Having the instrument diversity helps to separate. And I think a good example of that is Expedition 33, and how out of place some of the songs were in that game simultaneously made it more interesting to know that you're going to enter a new area, hear new songs, and those new songs are going to have a different flavor and feeling than the songs you heard before.
It's a really cool effect, and I can tell why Nishiki likes to use it so much. Like I said, modulating key is a great way to create a sense of musical movement throughout a piece, and we feel this motion even in Octopath's relatively short themes as they take us out to new harmonic landscapes and back home again. The game also uses modulation techniques going into each boss fight as a way to seamlessly transition between the boss theme and whatever music was playing before it.
Yeah, we saw that.
It's really cool, but to hear more about that, you're going to have to go on over to GameScore Fanfare's channel to watch his excellent new video on that subject. Big thanks to patron Jack Bramhall for requesting this video topic. If you'd like to join him among the ranks of my handsome and charming patrons, feel free to check out my Patreon page here. If you'd just like to watch the Arctic wasteland that is my social media presence, you can follow me on Twitter at 8BitMusicTheory. Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's such a good soundtrack, and I don't know, it just makes me think that there's so much more to learn. And I think I've gained a lot more appreciation for different parts of game dev, seeing how much work and effort is put into something that you think is just so simple, like a soundtrack. Just make some cool sounding songs. Just make some cool sounding sound effects and throw them in the game. But really, if you want to do it properly and you want to make something memorable and special, you put the same amount of effort into doing that too. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Final Fantasy 14 LGBT grooming. Okay, I'm gonna get back to work instead of clicking on weird videos. Whatever that is. I guess there's grooming going on in Final Fantasy 14. Hey Mosta, welcome back. You being productive? No, I'm not being in fact, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and continue to be unproductive. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go pee. BRB. I'm being very unproductive today. I finished with gamepad support a little too early. I don't know, what am I gonna do? BRB. Can I have a cookie? Do I have permission to have a cookie? I shouldn't eat a cookie. I'm gonna have cheesy pizza when I get home today, so that'll be enough calories for me. I keep cheating. No cookies. Nobody give me permission to have a cookie. They're sitting right here. I'm not gonna eat one. Fuck cookies. Okay, reward pop-ups for collectibles. Replace BP coins. Hey, I'll this looks cool. Yeah, tell him fuck. LQ. Just tell me what to call you, man. Did you let your cat walk on the keyboard when you were setting up your Twitch account? View audio, game audio, UI audio. We have sound effects and we have music. I just have to review them, and we got to get a list of what we still need and what needs iteration, and then I can implement it. So that shouldn't be too much work. In fact, if I can get all of everything that we need for the game put in or reviewed, then I can just slam it all in probably one day. Thanks for following, man. Appreciate that. How is your pee be as detailed as possible? Well, I washed my pee-pee. I did not wash my hands. Because my hands are dirty, but my pee-pee I want to keep clean, so I washed that. Better safe than sorry, right? Yeah. You know better? I actually, when I pee-pee, what I do is... Okay, so this is me standing, right? Now, I can't draw the wee-wee, because I'll get in trouble on Twitch, but what I do is I aim it up and arc it to try and get that nice parabola to go into the urinal. Rather than like look and aim down, I just aim it up. Perfect arc. Yeah, I mean, my hands get dirty. I touch so much stuff, and that's really what's scary to me, is I touch so much stuff and then I touch my wee-wee. Like, I don't want wee-wee diseases. So, ideally, you wash your wee-wee after you wee-wee, and then you don't have wee-wee diseases. Convection cooling. Cold piss has less splash. God damn it. Fuck you guys. That's actually pretty funny. Localization. Determine final languages. We were doing that, weren't we? We pretty much need to pay for French, Spanish, Russian, Chinese, German, Italian, Korean. And then we can have all of these languages put in. I'm Arab, you watch everything after you're done. If you don't, your mom will beat you. You guys are both Arab? Oh shit. How many Arab watchers do I have? Pretty cool. Where are you guys located? Are you like Arab in descent, or are you living in the Middle East somewhere? Oh, did you move? Did you migrate? We don't have any Arab money, I promise you that. Is that a thing? Do you just have Arab money? Okay, I have to pay for French. I have to pay for all of these. Swedish, Polish, Japanese we can get for free though. But I think that's fine. You're in Kuwait. Holy shit, yeah, Kuwait is hot. Every time I look at the temperatures in Kuwait, it's so hot. It can get like 35 Celsius, 40 Celsius. Holy shit, it's like 50? How do you even survive there? Al Jarrah has almost 50. I can't read that. Basra. Holy shit, guys. That's 50. Oh my god. You could eat. You could cook food by just putting it outside. You guys do that sometimes to like save money? Just take your, like, I don't know, your pan, put an egg on it, and then just hold it out in the sun. Well, I guess you probably eat stuff that's different than maybe eggs. I don't know if you guys have tons of chicken farms around there. Oh, okay, well, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's fair. Someone literally did that on a stone. Oh, you guys got tons of chickens. Nice. That sounds pretty cool. You're in UAE, but you're originally Sudanese. That's cool. Learning coding because you love computers. Learning because you're broke. I've never been to the Middle East. $2, Jesus. If I ever wanted to visit the Middle East, where are the red parts and where are the green parts? I assume that maybe right now this is a little bit red, right? I'd probably not be here. Go to Qatar. To Doha. Or go to Oman. Doha looks like Qatar's biggest city. Oh shit. Look at those buildings. Dude, the Minecraft shirt. Spotted. What the hell? It looks like... What? Like Venice. So is this the Arab money? Is this where it all ends up? Like Arab money, all the good stuff goes like here, right? Is really what it comes down to. And then we is that where all the money goes? I see. That'd be pretty cool one of these days. Amazing graphics. I actually really like this website. Pretty cool. Weather radar. There are no clouds. Temperature is horrendous. You will die if you step outside. Wind. A little bit of wind. Good. And the waves are absolutely wild down here in the sea. Yeah, you're not seeing clouds here. Get for free and pay for. We'll have to see how many words we have by the end of it. But if I have to pay for 7 languages, that shouldn't be too bad. Well, it's really cool to have so many people from around the world here. Really like it. Source fonts. I did test this. Changing fonts per language should be pretty easy to do. We just have to make sure that those fonts are okay and they like fit within the within everything properly. So you can translate it into English for me. Okay, I'll send you my English words and then you can translate it and then translate it back. Beautiful. I like saying where I'm from because I don't want unnecessary hate. People are not their governments. Like, the only thing I care about, do you wish harm upon others? If no, you're perfect here. Are you wanting to force others to conform to your ideals? If no, you're gonna be happy here. That's it. We can disagree about things, we can have different views on religion or politics, but as long as we're all respectful in here, that's what really matters. I'm gonna take over the world. It's one ideal mainly, but everything is fine. No, but I think like people like if you are Jewish, you're gonna get a lot of hate from other people just for existing as a Jewish person. And I think the same happens with people from the Middle East, especially in the US. It was very common after 9/11. You know, everybody with a who looks Middle Eastern with a beard is now somehow a terrorist. That's... You know, you'd think that we would move past stereotypes like that, but apparently not. Apparently those stereotypes are just coming back in different flavors every 5 to 10 years. It's like, oh, we're back to hating Jews again? Okay. I guess it's that time of year. What brand of cola? This is generic brand of Coca-Cola from Biedronka here in Poland. It costs like less than $1 for 1.5 liters. I don't know about you guys, but I mention it kind of often that the more extremism I see in the world, the less extreme I feel I become. Like, it just pushes me away. And it's kind of hard because there were some really great people to listen to or to watch online. You know, political commentators that I thought were pretty centrist. And then they would take one slightly non-centrist stance on something. They would gain a lot of views for that. And it would kind of just lead them down that rabbit hole, and then they would become extreme. And then it's like, okay, well now I don't really want to watch that person. And then the trouble is, if you say, I used to like watching this person, and you insert somebody who has now become pretty radicalized, people will think that you are agreeing with everything that that person says. Like, I used to watch a lot of Jordan Peterson, and then he became more radicalized, and I stopped watching the things he says. But I still like his old content, because it's not like that content just becomes radical now that it has aged. I mean, not usually. So, it's hard to say that I like watching this person for these things. Same about the same person. Yeah, I used to really like Jordan Peterson. I think some of his like Disney movie breakdowns, his examining of the Bible from like a structural and value perspective was really interesting to hear. Look at Pirate, for example. Like Pirate Software. Well, I do have some radical gaming views, but used to watch Alex Jones. Oh wait, no, he's always been a piece of shit. Alex Jones to me is entertaining sometimes to watch, but I would never agree with pretty much anything that comes out of his mouth. I remember watching his talk with Joe Rogan, and yeah, it was unhinged, it was crazy, but it was also really funny. Feel very relaxed and de-stressed by not knowing many political commentators aside from hearing some names. I don't really watch political commentators anymore either. I watch Asmongold. And I think for the most part he's pretty centrist in like US political space. But there's still some things that I'm like, come on, really? But sometimes I think he just says some stuff for the memes. To me, Pirate Software is just very surface level, so if you're looking to learn a lot about game dev, I think Pirate Software is not the greatest person to watch. He's like I said, he's very entry level. If you are somebody who's already in game dev and has worked here for maybe over 3 years, most of what Pirate Software has to say or teach is irrelevant. In my opinion. Credits, trailer screenshots, store page setup, store page localization. I can probably get this done today. The reward pop-ups for collectibles. Depends what we want those to take the shape of. I'm gonna let the artist do these. I can probably fix the gallery splines too pretty quickly, so let me do that. These got messed up. Since we moved the panels. What kind of game is this? This is just a small little game that I made in a game jam. So in 5 days, I made the initial prototype for this game, and we thought it was pretty fun, so we decided to finish it up from an art perspective and just throw it up on Steam for a couple bucks. So we took this, made this in 5 days, and then now we're just making it actually into a real product. Hey Discord, good to see you, man. His Hearthbound game reviews are going great. I haven't even seen his game. I'm not a big fan of Pyro Software's ego either. It seems like every time he wants to talk, he comes from the perspective of being right as opposed to wanting to be right. And I think there's a very big difference between thinking you're right but finding out later that you're wrong, and saying that you think something is true but making sure people know that you might not be. I try to be really, really careful about my wording with things like, I think this is the case, I could be wrong. If somebody knows better, please say so. Entry-level gambling games. Yeah, this, by the way, this will be a premium game. Like, you buy it for like $2, you get it. No microtransactions or anything, just play this instead of gambling. Maybe you should have finished that game like 5 years ago. Is he going to finish the game? Vampire Software until the stop killing games thing, I still think he has some good advice. To me, the biggest problem with his takes on stop killing games is not that he's entirely wrong, but the way that he's going about trying to have a discussion about it. And it's even harming me because the moment I try to have a nuanced take about the realities of stop killing games and the things that I think are good or bad about it, people kind of just lump me in with Pyro Software and say, oh, you must be against the initiative. No, I want the initiative. I want it to be successful. But I think that there are some aspects of it that aren't likely to succeed and might hurt development and make things, cost more, right? To me, the biggest problem is even that it's impossible to implement, but rather I think that stop killing games will get hung up on copyright and IP law that the European Commission will be very unlikely to change. And even saying that, by the way, which is like has nothing to do with my support for it, but really just kind of like a prediction, gets me hate for saying that. It's absolutely crazy. Is a classic dev I know better than other people sort of perspective? Yeah, he does. Let me just move this down. That one's probably okay. I don't think it will get hung up on IP law. Any IP stuff will be on the disk that people have. It's not being distributed. Well, the thing is, it is like in fact, by doing, we talked about a bit about it yesterday, I think, or the day before. But in order for Stop Killing Games to have its full initiative passed, you would have to do compulsory licensing or have some government oversight, which would open up the door to litigation for that. And that would require a change in the way that the copyright is handled, because right now the overwhelming precedence for games is to err on the side of the copyright holder and to allow them to do what they want with their IP. And if they want to pull support, if they don't want to mandate licenses for servers, which again, their code extends into their copyright, then they should be able to choose not to have to do that. So you would have to have compulsory licensing for that. And I don't see the EIC doing that. There's no precedence for that. It's never occurred. So we'll see. But even then, again, I still support the initiative. And I have to put that out there. I want it to pass. I just don't see it being very likely. At least in its current wording. And especially because you would have to define legally what reasonable playable state means, and I don't know if that's possible. For all games. Alright, I'm pretty happy with how those splines work. Reward pop-ups. And their IP is the code itself. I guess they'll have to start using netcode that is open source, or just take the networking. Yeah, so if you like make a game, like let's just say you make a game as big as any MMO, the code that is written for the company is owned by the company. And they have a right to distribute that, to license it, or to not distribute that. And so if the EIC chooses that there is a mandated end-of-life plan, what that is doing is something called compulsory licensing, which is forcing the companies to license out their copyright for people, which it only has ever occurred for things that are like life-threatening if that service were to be removed from like public availability, which, you know, games, as much as I wish that they were life-threatening if they were ever pulled, it's not gonna happen. I don't know how they'll solve it or if they will try to go up against it. I think that there are some ways to... Yeah, middleware is also a thing too, so if you use something like Simply Gone with WY SpeedTree, you are buying a license to use that for your company, and you're buying a license that allows you to distribute a product made with it, but not distribute the source code for it itself. So there are games where you might have that middleware, or even an outsourced company or individual that makes code and says, hey, I'm giving you a license to use my code in your game, but this is not a license for distribution. You would then have to remove that from the game before having that end-of-life plan, or you would have to get the license from the original code holder for distribution, which could increase the cost for that. Company made the game also made all the netcode, then they should be able to just let people have it without running to other companies' IP. Yes, but then we come back to like compulsory licensing and security problems. So you might have code in there that protects against hackers, cheaters, whatever, and they don't want that code to be released to the public because then it could expose other games using the same code. Think of like Apex Legends or something. So they would have to remove that from the game to release it for the public, but then of course it would make the game much more vulnerable to the people that are playing it offline on like private servers, which could then wrap around into being argued that the end-of-life game is so full of, it's so easy to cheat and hack in it that it's not in a reasonable playable state, which could open up the original company to be litigated against because they didn't fulfill their obligations. So it's a legal mess. It's an absolute legal mess. There might be a way to solve it, but I can't see one. Don't I have like a collectible data table? Where did I put that? Because maybe I could just tie in a reward string to this. Credit card, gold, coin roll. Well, I kind of could, but then we have coins. Maybe I'll make a separate data table for that. Dropping now. Look, I could be anything that I'm saying right now. I could be wrong about. Like, I really could be. Just when reading that 5-page document from the European video game, whatever bullshit company that was, I wanted to do a lot of research on what it actually meant to go through process to process, and I think that Stop Killing Games is going to run into a couple of big problems with its wording and getting hung up on IP copyright laws that have already been ingrained within not just Europe but also other parts of the world. I don't know what to expect. And if they have to overwrite or rewrite copyright and IP laws, it could take over 10 years for the European Commission to actually put into effect the laws that Stop Killing Games wants to be put into. So being exposed to hackers is not something the company has to contend with as the games will be released as is. That's kind of true, but also kind of not true. So we then run into an example where, how do I word this properly? There's two different aspects to copyright law that companies would likely, even with Stop Killing Games passing through the way it's intended, would have complete power and control over, and that is licensing of their private servers and code, and also how their IP is seen as a brand image. So if you were to make a private server right now and put in a bunch of furry porn into it, and the companies thought, hey, this furry porn in our PG rated game for everybody is tarnishing the image of the brand, they could sue the people running that private server, even if they had a license to have the private server, by saying that it's tarnishing the reputation because now people are associating your PG farm animal game with furry porn. And that's this is also not something that Stop Killing Games will never be able to change. This is just like core to copyright and IP laws. You have a right to tell people what they can and can't do with your IP, and if you give a license, you have a right to revoke it for reasons like that. Another one would be brand confusion. So if people start to associate, even if you allow the furry porn thing to be made, if people start to associate this game that you've made with this part of the with this private server, they could revoke that license and or sue you, or they would send a cease and desist, right? Saying that that people are now being confused. The furry porn private server is appearing higher on search results, which is resulting in worse viewability and click-through rates, and we're losing money now because of this. So just because gamers might not like that this is the reality, this is the reality. And again, I'm not saying that I want it or don't want it to change. I don't see them changing that at all. I think what will likely happen is they will, if I had to predict, they won't do compulsory licensing. They might just do guidelines. Something to keep in mind is that only 11 EIC initiatives that have received 1 million votes have actually received legislation around them. Only 2 out of 11. So the likelihood is that they'll probably just give guidelines, maybe do some studies about how to mitigate in the future, but changing video games from services to goods and then rewriting copyright and IP laws, doing compulsory licensing, which would be something that has never happened for something like a video game. I don't know. I think private servers, the thing is, you say that it doesn't matter, but it does. You can say that it doesn't matter, but a private server right now legally, if you don't have the permission to run this, you are actually breaking the rules with the EULA, right? You are not allowed to just use somebody's IP and especially monetize off of it and commercialize off of it. So I don't see them taking away the rights of copyright holders from being able to turn off a private server that is breaking the EULA. There's some very harmful Roblox worlds, completely user-made. Do they take those offline? I mean, I'm sure that there's some like Roblox EULA, right, that shows what you're able to do and not do with regards to the private server, to the worlds. I have no idea how you would even find that. Just let the community run it. Well, even Hell Let Loose, let's see, Hell Let Loose EULA. Let's see if we can find it. Do they allow private servers? Not allowed to cheat, blah, blah, blah. Disassemble, decompile, reverse engineer. Search host. It might be a separate EULA for the private servers, but I don't see why they wouldn't put it in here. It does not officially support player-hosted private servers due to the game's structure and business model. Do you... Okay, so they license partners to host servers. Again, this is, probably not going to change. People should be able to run them. Well, so here's the thing. In most cases right now, private servers and mods are in a gray area, right? They are not, they're not regulated. But the moment that you pull them into regulation, the moment that you do compulsory license, you're pulling private servers into a legal area where the company is now more, there's more oversight on the company to abide by its own EULA, and now private servers might even need to abide by GDPR practices, and if they don't, the original company could actually be held liable for that. So there's a lot that would have to change for private servers to move from this gray area realm into a kind of like compulsory realm with oversight. How? It's because the people running private servers are using the IP and copyright, the trademark, you know, the code and all that, and the assets from the developer themselves. In most cases, this is either licensed or not allowed. And not allowed meaning that they just, if you do something that's really bad, they're going to send you a cease and desist, but if not, a lot of developers don't care. But that can cause problems for the main company, because if you pull away the rights to send cease and desists for causing brand confusion or brand harm, then you are violating the rights of IP holders. And this is not just big corpo company, but also imagine a solo developer. And he makes a game and has private servers, but now your private server is harming the brand or image of his game. He also doesn't have those rights anymore. They set up a via external company like this, they could let the community and G-Portal run the game, right? Well, I mean, you could license, so you could do licenses to individuals to run private servers, and this does exist for some MMOs already. And like Hell Let Loose here does, if this is true, they license partners to host servers. So there is a way to do it, but you could argue that Hell Let Loose does not do it properly because they're relying on a third-party service to host private servers, and if they allowed individuals to host private servers, you would then run into an issue like we saw with Squad yesterday. The Squad EULA allows for the hosting of private servers, but you have very specific restrictions on what you're not allowed to do with that, including with private servers. Anyone who purchased or has received a gift or press copy of the game of Squad has permission to receive server donations from players. Server owners may not charge hard currency for soft currency or in-game items. server owners may allow priority access to players that make a donation. So they have set the terms of this, and if you break those terms, they can pull your license. And people could argue in court for Stop Killing Games that because they're allowed to do this, that they now don't have unfettered access to the game that they purchased. I will say this, you think that the company is not responsible for what the players do, but if you are using somebody else's IP, either with permission or without permission, and they decide that what you've done with it is not allowable, it's not acceptable to them, they have the right to tell you to stop. That has been the base of IP law around the world. I don't think that should change, because that protects creators, it protects individual IP holders as much as it protects the big corpos. You don't want to make a game, make a world, and then have somebody profit off of that in a way that you don't have control over. And some games might be so heavy to run on private servers that they do have to make money off of it. Well, now you have to legislate how that money is made, and you might even have to report to the IP holder how you're making that money and your finances. So that puts more overhead on the private server holders. I'm not saying that this can't be solved, but that this will have to be solved in order for SKG to pass properly. Sorry, I missed a whole bunch of things that people are ready. In a world of virtual thinking, yes, but in 99% of real-world implementations, not just run a private server. We need separate servers for load balancers, auth servers, matchmaking, lobby, chat, database. Yeah. There's a lot of games that require multiple separate servers in order to communicate with each other, and that might not be easy to put into an all-in-one package. This is true. I think to some extent copyright law maybe has gone a bit too far, or it protects people in ways that it shouldn't protect them. I agree. Like I put stuff up on YouTube as well, and you know, I run into issues with like DMCA, and it's not perfect. I'm just unsure of how deep the EIC is willing to go for video games. And I'm a bit pessimistic that they're going to err on the side of caution and say, well, we can set some guidelines, we can maybe reclassify some things, or we can do some studies and think about it at a future date. But for right now, they might not change anything major. And unfortunately, the statistics of the EIC, again, it's 2 out of 11. Only 2 of those initiatives have actually seen legislative change. To what extent we might get legislative change for Stop Killing Games, I don't know. But in this wide spectrum of no change to complete change, I'm imagining that it's going to be in this half. But the thing is, if it doesn't matter if SKG is not looking to cripple the industry. I'm going to be honest, because in the grand scheme of things, ROS does not matter once the EIC takes control from there. They're not going to look to ROS to help solve these problems. ROS is not a game developer. He's not in this industry. He isn't really an expert on any of these laws or how it works behind the scenes. They're going to go to people that do know these things. They're going to ask them. Unfortunately, they're probably going to go to Ubisoft and EA, and I don't want them to do that, but I'm trying to prepare people for the fact that they probably will go to these companies and say, hey, here's our legislation. Are there any loopholes? And EA, in their complete moral angelic position, are going to say, it looks like you've got us. There's no loopholes. And behind the scenes, you know, there's like 10 million loopholes that they can take advantage of. I don't want that. So my goal, because I am not a legislator, and I'm not even an EU citizen, so I can't even sign the initiative, is to try and be the voice of some reason to say, here's the reality, here are loopholes that I see with it, is wording that I don't think is nuanced enough to solve the problem. And the reason that I say these things is so that people are aware And when the legislators, in the 1 to 3 years that they will spend probably talking about this before they have a final consensus, can listen to us, can share information with us, and we can say, hey, hold on, no, we see that loophole. We spotted it 2 years ago. We want that changed. And we can voice our, discontent over the wording of something, either as an industry or as gamers. And I think that we should be able to do that. And that's where my criticism of Pirate Software comes in, is that he isn't doing that. He's just saying, this will never work, this is bad, this is going to kill things. Okay, great. Thanks for being reductive and not actually putting anything productive into the conversation. On the flip side, though, there is another extreme on Stop Killing Games side, where I think to some extent the wording of the initiative is extremely vague, and there's this mentality that it is common sense, simple, and easy to do, and it isn't. And both of these are reductive ways of looking at it that don't approach the topic with the nuance that it needs in order to make people think and to progress the discussion further. If we think that reasonable playable state is a vague topic, then we should all work together in order to find a way to describe it for different genres of games, to break it down, to find loopholes that exist and to close them up with our suggestions. But that isn't being done on SKG's side, and I'm disappointed about that. Helping get laws that forces storefronts to clarify if you're buying a license or standalone product, that would be a minimum desire for me. And if it's a license, provide the user with details about for how long the license is guaranteed. So one of the things I really want, if they're going to, like the Spectrum, we go back to the Spectrum, no legislation, full legislation changes. If they're going to go into this, this half, I would like to see, like you said, clear wording, no excuses. And also, if a game is going to go offline in, let's say tomorrow, they're going to put out an announcement that the game is going offline, and we don't know about this. I buy the game today. The moment they make that announcement, anybody, let's say 3 months, who has bought the game 3 months before that announcement, should get a full refund if they want it, no questions asked. And anybody who buys it from that announcement to the point of death should also have the right to a full refund, no questions asked. The problem is Disthrone. Do you really want to give companies like EA and Ubisoft leeway to decide what reasonable playable state means? And do you understand what that means from the legal standpoint? If you say, well, you company get to decide what a reasonable playable state is, I will tell you what I'll do with my game. I've made an MMO. I'm not making enough money. I have to take the servers offline. Before I do that, though, I'm going to remove all the content from the game and leave you just being able to walk around an empty box. That's my last patch. There you go, guys. There is your reasonable playable state. Have fun. I've done what you asked me to do. I've made the game playable. Here's another example. I have to pull certain aspects out of the game, like the ability to chat, the ability to communicate with in-game chat. And this is a game that has an intense need for in-game chat. And we ran this through our server for security purposes, for customer safety purposes, right? To filter out bad words, because that was an important aspect to our brand and to our rating, was to have those filters. I have to pull that out in order to release the game for people once my game is, quote, dead. Now, somebody could argue that the game is no longer in a reasonable playable state because the game required the chat in order to play properly, but I had to remove that. So by allowing this vague definition to be put into place, now my company has opened up the door to being litigated against, because some random player can say, well, this is not reasonably playable in my point of view. And the law just says reasonably playable. So now my company has to source lawyers, keep them on retainer, and my game's cost goes up because I now have to fight in court what reasonable playable state means. So I don't like I understand the reason Ross put the vague wording in The problem is because of the vague wording, nobody knows what it actually means. And if they want to solve this for the EIC, they will have to define what reasonable playable state means. And that will be a set of criteria. And I don't know how you can qualify or quantify what reasonable playable state means for every single every single multiplayer game out there. And I think there are some solutions to assist with that. However, it is going to increase overhead either to the taxpayers or to the companies themselves. And if the companies have to spend more money on making games, they will pass that money on to the consumer. And whether gamers like it or not, it is likely that games will end up costing more, or they will have to put in more monetization practices in order to make up for that cost. Because if you spend another $500,000 on this end of life, if you're a big MMO, you are likely going to have to recuperate 3 to 4 times that, because you have investors and shareholders that want to see profit. And if you need to make another $2 million in profit, what do? You widen your audience, you increase the cost of the game, or you increase, the amount of microtransactions, the amount of money per user that you're obtaining. Pay for convenience, things like that. So, yes, it can be done, potentially, to some extent, but it will increase costs. And I don't like the idea that SKG is saying it isn't going to increase costs, because there are very clear pathways that they almost all kind of lead into, well, it's going to increase costs. Game budgets are already massively bloated anyway. I agree, but do we want them higher? And I think while there are some games that go offline that a lot of people do want to play after death, there are a lot of games that die because they don't have enough people to sustain the cost of hosting the servers. And if the developers themselves can't sustain the cost of hosting the servers, how do we allow the players to then do that in ways that satisfies gamers who still likely will have a license that can be revoked by the company, which you could argue undermines the entire point of SKG. If I, as a copyright holder, maintain the ability to revoke licenses, which, as you can see here, copyright holders already have, then you could argue that because they can pull that licensing for any reason, that SKG hasn't succeeded, even if you've mandated it in some way. And while Squad, being a relatively fine product, I haven't really heard of them doing anything anti-consumer, I don't trust EA and Ubisoft or other companies to do the same thing. Or Nintendo. God forbid Nintendo makes any online game and is mandated to release their fucking server. Holy shit, will they find any reason under the blue moon in order to revoke licensing. That's the thing though, Disthrone, is you would have to, in order for that to not exist, you have to change video games from being services to goods, which is easier said than done. And the moment that you have the moment that you connect to a service, you now fall under the reality that, well, here's the thing. I think some games are goods and some are services. I think when I buy a game off of GOG that has no online functionality, I should be purchasing a good. When I am buying a game that has, I don't know, like, let's just say like a, I'll use a couple of examples here. I think when you have a game like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, where you have online functionality that can be turned off, you are buying a good with optional services. And those services can be turned off and the game still functions mostly okay. You then have games that require you to be online in order to play. Those are services. So I don't think we can just classify all games as services or all games as goods, but it depends on the extent of the gameplay of the features within the game. So you can say you don't care how hard it is. It might be impossible. It might legitimately be impossible. And keep in mind that Europe themselves, the EU, was the one that classified video games as services. Would you like the game 60 euros or perpetual license? But even then, if you have to pay more for a license, which you could say would offset the cost of the end of life plan, you could then argue that this still doesn't resolve the problem that copyright holders still have the ability and the right to revoke the license from players. We're talking about stop killing games. We can abolish copyright and then there's no copy. I don't know if that would be good. I don't know. Oh yeah, Flight Sim is a really good one, Nuclear Fifi. Because they stream the data. You can't make the game offline because it literally relies on a service to function properly. And like, how would you even accomplish making that playable in any other way? I don't know. I guess you could just give the players the opportunity to download all the terrain data, but right now it's just not, again, reasonable playable state. Define reasonable. The reason that like cops, and I think Ross once used this as an example, but I think it's a horrible example. The reason that you have vague wording for like police with like reasonable suspicion is because it necessarily requires the nuance, and that nuance is put onto the backs of the police officers, the state. But by doing that, you do increase the cost of litigation for the state because of this, but I would argue that's a good thing. The reason you don't want to do that for games is because by putting the vague wording and the onus on the companies to define what that means, that is increasing their cost to then litigate that, if eventually in court for some random neckbeard who says that the game isn't in a reasonable playable state. Because somebody will have to define that. I don't know. I don't think the right solution is to define all games as goods or services, though. And right now they're all defined pretty much as services. Usually to the detriment of users in this case. Even, by the way, user-created content, just so you know, is owned by the license holder. And that's the case with mods, too. Whenever you make a mod for a game, in almost every single case, that mod is owned by the company, and they can tell you to remove the mod, or they can file a DMCA request to have you remove the mod for the game. You hereby grant licensor an exclusive, perpetual, irrevocable, fully transferable, and sub-licensable worldwide right and license to use your contributions in any way and for any purpose in connection with the multimedia project and related goods and services, including the rights to reproduce, copy, adapt, modify, perform, display, publish, broadcast, transmit, or otherwise communicate to the public by any means, whether now known or unknown, and distribute your contributions without any further notice or compensation to you of any kind for the whole duration of Jesus Christ, this is a fucking run-on sentence if I ever saw one. Duration of protection granted to intellectual property rights by applicable law and international convention. Mods, private servers, you do not own them. You do not have the rights to them unless granted to you. Right now, the default, if somebody makes fan art of your game and it's not too different, or they modify an asset to your game, you don't own it. Well, I agree, Discern, that there should be better communication about when things will be taken offline. I 100% agree. Flight Sim would require something like 50 to 20 terabyte hard drives if you want to keep the entire world locally, and that is using old information. I suspect that their world model has gone over 3 to 4 petabytes since it sells it on the project, so maybe 220 terabyte drives is a more reasonable estimate. Yeah, and to me, I would argue that that's not a reasonable playable state. Just because I can load it up but have to download all this shit in order for it to work. No. No, that's not reasonably playable. And that is a very good example of a game that I think would... I can't classify that as anything other than a service. They built the whole game around Bing Maps service. It's a hard task. They do have really crappy fallback in 2020, which if I remember correctly is flat terrain and awful tile texture. Honestly, the fact that the game relies on their service was quite clear. So this is why I'm not a big fan of... We should classify them as all or nothing, or all as one or all as the other. I think that some games, like Flight Sim is a very good example, that some games are inherently services, or they rely so heavily on services that if you remove those services, the game is no longer the same game that you bought. And rather than, just changing like one little section of these EULAs, if SKG were to be fully legislated the way that it's intended, EULAs themselves would change 1000%. And a company might even say the amount of potential litigation, the amount of potential issues that can occur, it's not worth it. Let's just make a single player game. Which again, you might say as a gamer, fine, I wanted a single player game anyways. Just, this is the result that would be likely if it were fully legislated. And you might not get games like more flight sims, or even to some extent, you wouldn't get the same feeling playing some of these games offline if they just reverted to an offline mode. I don't know, it's a tough topic. I don't think it's as easy as Ross makes it out to be, though. And most of his videos don't go into the nuance for that. And then you have Pirate Software, who is Pirate Software. Like playing Journey offline, it isn't the same experience. And some people might say, like, let's use Journey as an example for us in Strawberry. If I went to the gaming community, the SKG community, and I said, okay, here's Journey, guys. We can't sustain the online features anymore, so we're going to make it just playable offline. Do you think that 100% of those people would say, okay, that's fine? Or do you think some would say, well, hold on, meeting other players, seeing them and being guided by them, like, that's one of the reasons I played it. It's one of the reasons I liked it. To me, it's not reasonably playable anymore because it doesn't have the same unique selling points. You've removed USPs from the game by making it offline. Who gets to decide if that's worthy to litigate and not? I guess would be my question. Can you sue the people who made Journey? Can you sue them for not making that available? If I can play Journey, and that's who it was, that game company. Such good games. I would guess not the most unreasonable person in the room. I don't know. But that's the thing. Do you trust government to be reasonable? Do you trust your government, people who are very knowledgeable about electronics, video games, who never have anything bad to say about online culture, gamers, and all that? Do you expect those people, and I'm being facetious of course, to have your best interest and to understand the gaming landscape enough to write the correct legislation that will see what you want through to the end without any loopholes from the same people who said that loot boxes were surprise mechanics? And if you trust your government to that extent, fair. Personally, I don't think we can go a month without some European or American politician saying that games are making kids violent and all this other shit. It's a nuanced issue. I agree with the overall message for the Stop Killing Games. I agree. Really needs more thinking about different types of game services. I agree with that too. And nobody's having that discussion, and I think there's a lot of fear from developers because the moment that they, even if they say, I support Stop Killing Games, but I see a problem. Dogpile. Massive dogpile. To a certain extent, I actually trust them more in my country because the gaming lobby is not that strong over here. Like, the amount of trust government is directly related to how powerful the local lobbyists are for the industry. That's fair. Yeah, I think that's a fair way to say it too. The problem is that the powerful lobbyists in the gaming industry are the ones that need to be regulated the most, and the least powerful ones are the ones that are actually doing things the right way. And I think that it will... The big boys are going to find loopholes, and the smaller people are going to suffer. The smaller developers and publishers that are already doing things the correct way. That's just a hypothesis, though. I don't have all the collectibles here. Well, I do have collectibles. Dozer. I love this discussion, though. I like that I can talk with you guys because you don't dogpile. And you like nuance and you like talking about it. I make one video for YouTube that gets like 100 views and nobody in the comments wants to talk about the nuance with it. I haven't even talked about next-gen games that run only on the cloud. Oh yeah, Cloud one is really interesting because, and I think that's a really important part too, is because the gaming landscape is ever shifting, and not just the gaming landscape, but like the whole infrastructure of how we grab data from the internet and emulate it onto our systems or move it to our systems. You would, by the time that Stop Killing Games, let's say 3 to 5 years to make legislation, which I think is a pretty fair estimation, by the time that happens, we might have a big shift in the way that the games are handled, and the legislation they were drafting is already defunct, or worst case, they make the legislation, but then companies change the way that they provide the services to you, the products, like through the cloud, and that allows them the loophole around it. And God forbid AI-generated content becomes more popular. Now, you can make the game playable offline, but it relies on an AI service like ChatGPT tokens to function, and API tokens. Well, if that goes down, who's responsible? Now the game is not playable. Do we now have to regulate, that industry to... I don't know. Not that I want games like that. Please, God, no. Can't get anything done over here in Australia regarding mining. Because the mining lobby is like crypto mining, or like opal mining, like mining shit out of the ground. Start making cloud games and they better buckle up and get ready to just give that stuff out when they shut down the servers. But then that's compulsory licensing. I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, I could switch on collectible type. I could hard code it then. Or just make a data table. Maybe just a data table. I won't get too crazy about it. That's what it takes. I don't care. I can make a game and put it out there. To a certain extent, I don't disagree with you. To a certain extent. I think, though, that the reality when the EIC starts taking a look at it might hit certain people like a truck. And at least you and I have talked today. You know, if they do that, you'll be angry, but at least you'll be like, well, I was kind of prepared for that possibility. But there are a lot of people that just are not prepared for that possibility. But either way, I'm going to be watching it very closely. I'm going to be keeping up to date with everything they say, because if there's any loopholes, I will try to find them and I will voice my dissent and I will say, no, fix the wording, no loopholes. EA is not getting away with this. You don't think it's that big of an issue? What, like, stop killing games? I mean, if you asked me, you have the ability, Mr. Raptor, to change one thing about the industry for the better. I don't think I would choose game licensing and that as my first choice. I think I would target like gambling first, like legalized gambling that's aimed at children. That would be my start killing gambling. SKG. Stop kids gambling. Ooh. Like back when they forced car companies to put seatbelts in cars, they screamed bloody murder, massive propaganda campaigns, and in the end it was nothing. Yeah, but I don't know if... I think that was the one that I think Ross used in his example. There's public safety involved with seatbelts. For everybody involved. There's no public safety. It's a false equivalency. I don't think it's the same thing. And not from the legal perspective. Like, you know, in theory and like spirit, it could be the same thing. But once you start to have to make legislation for that, then you start to take a look at it from like public safety, health, even what's the word? Not litigation. Liability standpoint is completely different from, oh, game taken offline, your $30 spent in the game is now lost forever. Arguably. Nobody dies if a game is taken offline. But somebody can die, or most people can die if somebody's not wearing their seatbelt. This jackass is wanting to keep control of their Dragon Horde. Well, look, the EULAs are clear. You're buying a license. You're told that you're buying a license, but a lot of people don't read that. They tell you that it can be taken offline at any time. And they own the rights to the game and to the code. Legally, they're not doing anything wrong. That's just how it exists right now. Gambling that enforce separate social communities and storefronts, and third on the list, get Marvelous designer to fix their life. Also, Adobe. Holy shit, can we go after Adobe? God forbid. What am I trying to do here? I see a structure. Yes, please. Holy shit, dude. Fuck Adobe. Don't I already have an ST Collectibles? Maybe I will put it here. Well, fuck that. It is so much more enjoyable to talk to you guys about this than it is to code. I'm gonna be real. About the EULAs, you're not gonna convince me. Well, I'm not saying you should care about the EULAs necessarily, but the lawmakers do care about the EULAs because that is the law. So when they talk about revising the EULAs, you have to revise the laws which dictate what the EULAs can and can't say. So I mean, like, you cannot care about the EULAs, you cannot care about the law, you should just say it should be done, but you're asking people who write laws, you're saying, hey, can you write me some laws? Also, I don't care about the laws, I need you to just do it. is almost kind of like in spirit saying, do your job, but don't follow the rules. And they're not going to do that. They're going to follow the rules. And yeah, re-election does kind of fuck things up too. This is true. Lobbying and money and politics. We can, hey, no matter what side of the SKG plan to use side on, I don't know why planned. We can all agree money in politics is fucked up. Well, I know you don't care about the current laws, but the lawmakers do. Because they're going to take a look, they're going to say, okay, we need to modify IP and copyright laws. What do the IP and copyright laws look like now? Oh, they've been in place for decades. They protect big and small creators alike. And if we wanted to change them, we would have to probably get permission from all member states. It would also go against all IP and copyright laws around the world, meaning that it would make things more difficult to distribute around the rest of the world. Okay. You know what? We might as well just set some guidelines. That'll do it. Let's just set some guidelines that they should follow. I mean, copyright does protect small creators. They usually don't have enough money to litigate that. But the big companies, they do have the money to litigate that. But no, I mean, if you make like if you make a song and somebody uses it on YouTube without your permission, you can just file a DMCA. Obviously, this does get abused. But in order to change it, you're adding in that length of time. And if there's a length of time where it takes YouTube time to... Here's the thing. So if YouTube doesn't respond, or Steam doesn't respond immediately to DMCA takedown requests, then the company hosting that, the platform, is liable for the money potentially lost or the brand reputational harm during the period where it wasn't taken offline. You might disagree with it, but it's there. It's unlikely to change. I don't know how you solve that, but that's kind of how it is. Reward pop-up. What should this look like? I mean, we could have this always available and like add to a list, kind of like we do for when you obtain a coin or a gold bar. We could just pull that information. We'd have WBP reward pop-up. WBP reward pop-up item. No, well, I don't know how to solve any of this. Like, everything that I've been saying today, you should take with a grain of salt. I could be right, I could be wrong. I'm not a legislator. I'm just a game dev. I have my views. You're working on a side project? What is it? Coin amount. Yeah, I could do this here. When do we make that though? Probably on collect. Yeah, create amount gain. We add the child. I might do the same thing here. And we'll just make this not hit testable. Self and all children. Working on an old school dungeon crawler in Windows 3.1. Oh my god. What, like the old 3D maze screensaver? Got the basic walls working. I'm thinking of extending out the view at least one extra set of blocks from the back. That's pretty cool. That's a fun project. Pretty cool challenge too. What do you have to code it in? Like Visual Basic or Batch? I think we'll do a size box. With a vertical box inside. Slot this to the center. Oh, I think like OG Eye of the Beholder. Oh shit, okay. It is cool. Import it to modern Windows. Huh. It does sound fun. Show a reward pop-up. Bring in the collectible type. We might have to take into account certain power-ups too. Like big coins being worth more. But I think we can pull a lot of that info just from our collect item function. Since we have the amounts here. We won't really be able to condense loot, so if you obtain like 2 black poker chips in a row, they're going to be counted separately. I don't really want to write the code to combine that and then print it after a certain amount of time. I'd save that for the sequel. Bit of a mission, but I think I'm getting a hang of it. That's cool. I think that'll be really unique to show off. But I am going to ban you for disagreeing with me about the European initiative, so I'm just kidding. Just call me Microraptor Software. Probably just create the widget first. Store it locally for the moment. Get I'm making a little pop-up that will appear somewhere on the screen for when you obtain different loot. Because there wasn't really anything popping up when you obtain like one of the platinum chips or poker chips. So I'm just gonna have something that just pops up in the middle of the screen that says black poker chip obtained. That's kind of it. Something simple, but just a little bit of added user feedback. I don't want it to be too involved or crazy. Make the pop-up read from a string table. Okay, reward pop-up item. Not hit testable. Having different color would be nice. Color, and we can append or put in an amount. Probably need a list of all of them too. Ooh, gem though. Gem is curious because we don't actually know which gem it is. We could pass through an actor reference. Or move this back to collect item. And just make it part of a sequence. So first do all this shenanigan. And I'm pretty sure we have like a gem type that we can use. Yeah, we can pull the gem type, we can switch on that. Or even do a select or something. Let's try to keep it simple and hard code it, for the most part. Okay. Get the actor ref. Cast a gem. Get gem type. I think that's the only one that we have to cast. No, coins we also need to do big coins. We're not going to show individual coins, so I think what we can do with coin is just see if it casts to... Oh no, we have to cast it to the coin. and then check if it's big. But we don't care if it's small. Reward pop-up item, let's anchor to the top like so. Oh. There we go. Let's go with default, maybe an outline. You could change the color too based on what you're collecting. For now though, we'll stick with this. See how it looks first. Main HUD, reward pop-up. I want this to be below the... I want it to be here, below everything but the coin amount. So that way if you have the gem collection open or the gold shop open, those will be on top. T text, make it variable. We could copy an animation over from the amount gain. Where the fuck did my text go? Hello? I do like the initial, like the scale up. So if we're adding it to a vertical box, because it's just going to keep adding it to the bottom, right? And then we kill it once the animation finishes. I do like the idea of just do a quick scale up so it's kind of noticeable. And then we can like scale down and then delete. I think that works pretty well. And it doesn't have to be too lengthy. I think being 1 second or even half a second is okay. We make this one 1 second, we can make this one 1 second too. Transform. Scale. We do that at 20. Scale it up to 1.2. fuck is that anchoring? Maybe I should anchor to the center. Being weird. You know what? I'm gonna do this instead. I'm gonna make it stay on the screen for for 3 seconds. Let's try it. Let's try it. I don't hate it. Gain animation, delegate, custom event, kill self, animation finished. Just remove from parent. Play animation. Start time, number of loops 1, play forward, playback speed. Shouldn't need any changes there. Keep that open. Okay, Bitcoin. Grab the widget, text, set text, or we could even just run that afterwards, so another sequence. First, we'll determine what text we want to show, and if we even need to show text. We can assume that we do want to show a reward pop-up, and we'll just turn it off as need be, because there are fewer instances of having to turn it off than turn it on. Get t text, set text. And then get the reward pop-up widget, get the reward box, add child, Shouldn't need to do anything from there since it's all in construct. So as long as we can grab the right text, we should be okay. And if it is a big coin, where's my strings? Data, strings. Import from CSV, export. Did I have an export for this? I think I did. Coin Dozer strings. Ew. Ooh. Board pop up. Oh, I will, before we get localization, I have to go through here and add context. Because I want the localizers to work in this document, and then I'm going to manually export these to Unreal. Because I think that'll be easier for me, and easier for them too. There's a lot of languages that can go a lot faster if they have other languages to work off of. Because some people know multiple languages and they can see all of that together. Reward pop-up big coin. Big coin collected. And we can do like plus amount coins, then I can just do a replacement for that. That should be okay. What are the other ones we need? Credit card. Gold bar. Poker black. Poker red. Poker face. I once kissed a girl for the first time while listening to Katy Perry. I don't know why you guys needed to know that, but it wasn't my first time kissing a girl, it was my first time kissing that girl. Keep that in mind. Coin roll. We need all the gems separately. Gem. Oh god, I don't even remember what I named the gems. But we definitely need 9 of them. 2, 3, 4, 4. Nine. Poker. No. And then I think I broke up with her because she was too depressing. I was in high school, you know, so. It is what it is. I'm sure she's happy now. Remember, men, you only get the opportunity to make one woman in your life unhappy. One. And it's your mom. Asture Blue. God, I love that name. Diamond Blue. Diamond Red. Diamond Green. I think for localization for this game too, I'm going to try to reach out to people that, like, number one, I'll try to see if there are people that are part of my community. I'll pay them first. That way I can help the up-and-comers. That isn't exactly perfect, but maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oops. Space. Coin roll collect. We don't call them that in the game though, right? We call them something else. Fuck off. We call them Asture, Emeralds, and Rhombus. Okay. Red Emerald. Green Emerald. Blue Rhombus. Platinum chip collected. I think I call them gallery tokens, right? Okay, don't call them poker chips either. You can always modify it if we need to. Okay, they should be in here. Reward pop-up, there we go. I think the big coin is the only one where we have to put in that amount. I mean, I could just change it to say big coin collected. I'm gonna do that. I'm not gonna do the amount substring change. Just for that one thing. Not very consistent, is it? Oops, not Colden Chronicles. The game that forever haunts our memories. Okay, that is localized. That will then send that on to the reward pop-up. And theoretically... I make some big coins. Okay, I don't like the location of where that's popping up, but it is working. That's a start. I don't think we have to do anything special till we get to the gems. We can do 6 explore. 6. There is a slightly easier way I can make this. Amazing. I know that meme. You can't get me. I've been warned. I made the mistake once. Unless you were actually asking whether or not I speak English or Spanish. Ooh, guys. I got a key for Neon Abyss 2. That might be fun to play. I don't think I have like a, it's not like a sponsorship or anything. I don't think I have to put ad. Level Design Cafe, thank you for the follow. Are you, by chance, I mean this is just a guess, but are you perchance a level designer? There's no way, right? Back-end server engineer. See, that would be unexpected. Thanks for the follow, though. Hope you're having a good Thursday. It is Thursday. You're a pen tester? What, you test pens? You know, I bet pens do need to be tested, don't they? I didn't think about that. Wait, was this poker black? I think this was black poker, right? We go black, red, green, blue. Oh, you do ethical hacking? Like, really? Oh, penetration testing. Okay, that makes more sense. Not somebody who actually just sits on the factory floor and sees if pens work or not. Which I'm sure is also interesting. No, I don't test pens. You know, hey, if penetration testing doesn't work out, though, you could apply to the pen testers and say, yes, I have 10 years of pen testing experience. And it might help you get a job. You're technically not lying. This is the green chip. That's your backup job. Worst case, things don't work out. I'll test pens for a living. Alright, gem. I'm just gonna do a select instead of a switch. Which is what I could have done above, but I'm just gonna do it here. Sue me. This is Astra Blue. So what we're doing here is this is tying it to the ID from the string table so that when you play in other languages, even though it shows English here in the code, it's going to show the localized version for the players. Reasonably, you probably could just pull this from a data table, but we barely have anything in the game. I can just hard code it and it'll be fine. Did some research and it's actually a job. It's called product quality testing for pens. Wait, are we still talking about pens or are we talking about hacking? Diamond red. They're called diamonds in the code, but they're actually called emeralds in the game, so it is what it is. Do you do them? Do I do what? Oh, teach. I don't hack. I'm not a coder. Not at least to that extent. All my knowledge is about games. I assume you have to be a coder to do like ethical hacking and stuff, right? Okay, platinum chip, crown, and coin gallery. Those are our last three. Don't need to be a coder to hack. Well, I've never tried hacking. I can definitely say that. Most of my work is done in spreadsheets. And documents. Poker platinum. Brown. Coin gallery. Okay, that's all of them. That's pretty much it. Create and display reward pop-up. Both think hackers have to write complex programs from scratch, but in reality we just rely on existing tools, learning how systems work, spotting weaknesses. You would really like one of the games that we're working on called System Break. Which, if you can imagine a game like Hitman, but instead of playing as a physical Hitman, you play as an AI navigating your way through the network and hacking into objects and using them to take out your targets or obtain information. We're still working on it, so it's not out yet. We plan to have like a first playable done by the end of the year, and then by the end of next year, it'd be great to have a vertical slice for that. But my colleague and friend, he used to work in cybersecurity, so he loves all that, and he always wanted to make a game that kind of gave that spirit and spoke to the essence of what ethical hacking and cybersecurity individuals do. I can show you what we have. Hold on, give me a sec. It's super, by the way, we've worked on it for maybe like a week at most. So we're still kind of like prototyping and feeling out how we want the player to move between objects and what the player should have available to them. We want the hacking to be done in a command prompt. So not like weird pop-up mini games, but rather you fighting against the network to get into an object and control it and send it commands. You would have to be the arbiter of whether or not it's realistic. The game is meant for a mid-core audience, so we wanted to appeal to people who have hacked in real life or have, engaged in command lines to some extent, and also for people who haven't done that to pick it up rather easily. If you're familiar with like Zachtronics games, I don't know if you know him or his games, that kind of level of simplicity but still allowing for the depth for people who know what they're doing and can write their own scripts is kind of what we're aiming for. Similar to hack, I do not know. But I can tell you that we have created some basic devices here that you would be able to manipulate directly or send commands through via the command line interface. And that's how you would then try to hack another item, or you could send, for instance, a command from this device because you're hacked into the network to another device on the network. I will show you the tools that we intend to put there. We're still working on that. Let me jump through a few things. So we have 3 prototype devices and the intended commands and parameters that you would be able to use for that device. So like the CCTV here, you could physically install yourself into that camera and move it around yourself with your mouse like I was doing there, or zooming in. But you could also send it commands remotely or while you were hacked into it to switch operation modes, turn its microphone on or off, take screenshots, swivel, and some of these would allow you to obtain more information, right? So if a CCTV doesn't have a microphone installed, you will not hear anything when you're in that CCTV. You're not going to hear anybody talking or anything, right? But if it has a microphone, you can turn it on and then hear the conversations of the people. You could take screenshots. You could send that screenshot to another device in the game, potentially triggering an event. You could just turn it off. You could tell it to swivel, like a cleaning robot. You could tell it to start cleaning or to move, to rotate, to stop, and some of those might be suspicious, right? If your cleaning robot just suddenly starts moving with a mind of its own, that's pretty noticeable, and that could raise suspicion meters of the people that you're trying to be stealthy from. Take care, Discern, and thanks for chatting, by the way. I might be gone tomorrow, so if I am gone tomorrow, we'll see you Monday, hopefully. Turrets as well, you might be able to fire these remotely, turn on auto-targeting parameters. So these commands themselves, I think, are relatively easy. They're not super realistic in the sense that you tell it to turn on or turn off. You don't understand the game. If you've ever played Hitman, imagine being dropped into some part of some world, and your goal is to take out a target or multiple targets or obtain information. You are an assassin, but you don't have a physical body like in Hitman. You are an AI. You're moving through network, through devices, hacking the network, sending data between both, trying to move people by indirectly controlling them, right? It's like somebody's phone on a desk, hack into it because it's connected to the Wi-Fi, and spoof a call. So it vibrates and makes noise. Now the owner of that phone is going to go over to the desk and pick it up. So you've distracted that person, and maybe you can then manipulate a robot, or maybe you have brought them into a new room so that you have 2 people available. Things like that, right? Indirect control of objects, and use it to manipulate, move people, kill people, harm them, alert them, whatever. You might have different camera modes, you know, for like CCTVs might have a thermal mode, infrared, black and white, whatever. Pulling inspiration from other games that I think do things pretty well. I think GTFO Terminal is pretty nice for its visuals and color coding, breakup of information. I cannot tell you, Mazzy, we are super early into the design. I will have to talk to my colleague about it because he's the kind of the vision holder of this game and see what he wants to do. But we do have some ideas for how deep we want the game to get in different mini games for hacking that are kind of based on real life methods. So like if you wanted to hack into an item by using its database vulnerability, right? Maybe its current firmware has a database vulnerability. So you play a decryption mini game and obtain the you obtain the password from that decryption mini game, and then you enter it, and you can log into the device like normal. So there's just kind of this weird dichotomy that we have to find where we can't make the game too hardcore because then it's not going to have a big enough audience, but we don't want to make the game too casual because we want it to be engaging. We want it to engage people's brains and minds. Make it hardcore. Well, we can make it's easy to make it more hardcore after we've made something more casual, or to add like difficulty modes. That's possible to do. But we're still super early into the design of it. Make them use a Vim. It's up to my colleague. I think we're gonna aim for mid-core, but also then we can start to add options for people who want it hardcore. We can make the mini games more difficult. We can have you script sets of commands to run as a whole, as a block. That way, if you wanted to script a cleaning robot to move in a more natural way to a location, and then run that while you're still inside of it, so that you can not raise the suspicion of moving around the cleaning robot yourself, you do that. So some level of optional play that can make the game more hardcore, but then for the people who know what they're doing, make the game easier to play. A very fine balance of the game's design. But we will definitely have a playable prototype at some point, a demo that people can try out and tell us how they like it. It's just going to take time for us to get from point to point. And we want all of that to be done via the console. No pop-up mini game of click the colors, hold E to hack. No, you fight against the system, you play the minigame in the console itself. This one I kind of like too. So you're given a set of instructions and your binary grid. You start at the @ symbol and decode the binary. And then you can do mental math, or you can use the console, maybe like a power-up to do the math for you, to find the final port number. I know it's weird, it's not super realistic, but I'm thinking, okay, what's a cool way that the player could obtain the port number? What minigame could we make of it? And I was thinking, I want to do something with binary because that's kind of cool. So you get your little grid, you'd kind of do it in your mind, like, okay, up 1, right 5, okay, you're typing it in while you're decoding it, then you find the number, and there you go. It's kind of silly, I know, but I don't know, it could be fun. Alright, we can test this out. We should just be able to obtain things and the pop-up will show up. I need to move it around because I don't like it being in the center of the screen, but... On your perspective, it's complicated from a design standpoint. For the player, we want it to be about 2 minutes to hack on average. I agree. It's not super realistic for hacking, but we want to pull from realistic ideas, find a way to gamify that, and that way we reach that mid-core audience. And we can make some stuff, you know, some of those minigames I think are pretty scalable in terms of complexity or difficulty. Potentially even obfuscating one of those, you know, those port parts or something, so you have to guess, and if you guess wrongly, or you have to find some other method of obtaining that info. Ooh, blue chip collected, okay. That worked. Big coin. I want to obtain like multiple things at once to see how that works. We might be able to get these three, the gem, the gold bar, and the big coin to drop at the same time. Or not. Okay, there we go. Like I said, I don't like the location of where it's showing up, but I think it's okay. I might move it to like the upper left. We do still have an issue with the switching of devices on the screen, though. We'll have to fix that. You can port up here to run one protocol while it actually serves another. For example, responding like an HTTP. Put it in layman's terms for me. Like spoofing. Do you mean like spoofing what the port is for? Like, oh, this is the port for the printer, right? But it's actually for something else. I kind of like the idea of that, because you know, if you're playing like a hacking minigame, right? We want it to be in some way player versus network. The network should have security, and that security might, you know, from like a gameplay perspective, might fake things in order to make it harder for the AI, for you to hack into it. I do like that idea. Making a port look like it's running one type of service, but actually using it for something else. Might look like a normal website port when someone scans it, but if you know special secret stuff to do first, it will switch and give you access to a completely different hidden service. Yeah, I like that idea. I think that's pretty cool. It'll make you think twice too. Like, is this what this port is for? Is there some way that I can because then we would have to implement a way for the player to obtain the right port information, right? Like, I don't know, like scanning the port, or I don't know, like pinging it, testing it, sending some data packages through it in order to see if it's working as intended. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. I had an idea too, and I still don't know how I feel about it, about as like some sort of progression or power up, you can install different firmware onto devices. So like security camera version 1.13 is great. It has a microphone, you know, allowance to it. version 1.12 has more vulnerabilities to its security, but it doesn't have the microphone functionality. So I can downgrade it in order to make it easier to hack into without raising suspicion, but I won't have access to the microphone or something. I thought that could be kind of a fun thing to look into. Remotely running software and stuff. The more tools we give, I think the more opportunity we have for emergent gameplay, which is definitely the goal with it. I don't like the location of where that pops. It's so easy with controller to play this. It's fine though, it's a casual game. I don't give a fuck. I don't know if my brain is meant for getting that crazy. I really like systems and stuff. Weird. Can't go right from here. Did it reset my navigation? I wonder if it did. It does that sometimes and it really pisses me off. If I move it here, I think it could look pretty good. Depends on the length of certain strings, though. It works. I can move it around later. Functionality first, then the visuals. Functionality is working. We'll mess with the visuals a bit later. Used to find it thrilling a couple years back when I first started it, then it got kind of boring because I got enough skills to go into real world. You ever do like bounty programs? Because there's some pretty big like AAA games that will pay tens of thousands of dollars for exploit bounties. You do those? Do you make a lot of money with those? It depends. Be down. Yeah, I did move it. Was it? And we'll go to B up 4. Something on the returning of the focus isn't working on this. I could try to debug that. Not always the greatest though. It's all widgets. Recursive. Do a select. Child widget has focus. If true, can you print the name of this, please? I need to spawn a credit card up here. Don't ask, but I have to spawn it up high so that I have enough time to click through the startup widget. It's really dumb, but it's what I have to do. So it says I don't have focus. Really? Like something about that successfully gave it focus. You do real world targets like private programs and companies. I assume too when you hack, you're in a dark room, you have a black hoodie, and you are mashing on your keyboard as fast as possible. You know, I imagine that's exactly like the movies show. I think real world hacking is probably a lot more boring than the movies make it out to be. Just like, okay, let's just check its ports. Okay, ping. Nope. Ping. Oh, that one's open. That's interesting. Huh. Man, I thought we had this working yesterday, but we do not have this working. The focus on the ATM is absolutely fucked up. It's horrible right now. It like just randomly sometimes works, it randomly doesn't. Maybe there is like a delay issue. I don't know why this isn't even going through the widgets recursively. I mean, it should be. Oh, wonderful. It's just stuck. Okay. I mean, that's not even printing anything, so I don't even know if that's working. Spent days mapping the whole app, breaking down how it works, digging into the back end, and chaining multiple bugs into one big exploit. That sounds pretty cool. Also, thank you for the follow, man. It was really nice meeting you, and I hope we have more to share about System Break in the future, and maybe you'd be interested in giving it a try and seeing how you like it. We're a bit of a ways away from that, though. But take care, have a nice rest of your Thursday. Peace, bro. What was I gonna do? Put a delay on... Oh, we pulled away the binding. A new input device. I don't feel like that helped it. It's so broken. I mean, I was messing though, and I think that maybe I shouldn't be giving focus to specific buttons, but rather to like entire widgets, like the mini game cast. I wonder how it searches, because if it searches for the first visible and not hidden or collapsed, then we should be okay. If it just searches for the first, I might need to contact the creator of the plugin and ask him what my options are here. Because I'm kind of just going around in circles with this one. Let me let me go to the bathroom first, and then I'll read through this. Maybe if you guys like spot something, let me know when I come back, BRB.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Oh, hey Zephyrus. Do we want to play, I got a code. It's not like a review code or a sponsored code or anything. I'm not that cool to get sponsors yet. But I got a code from Kepler for Neon Abyss 2. I remember playing the first game on my like Switch a long time ago, and this one just came out. Like it just came out today. Maybe we could try it out on Monday or something. Damn, wood. Wait, Plants vs. Zombies? Oh my god. Yeah, it is a roguelike. I can play the... Wait, do they have a trailer? Oh, fuck. Hold on, I'll go back to the start. I like the first game quite a bit. Death. It looks like my stream bitrate would love this game. However much bitrate you're seeing right now is how much you're gonna see if we play it. YouTube would look decent though. Looks pretty cool. I like all the like non-shooting features. Oh, they have Gamba too? Fuck yeah. It looks like they have quite a lot for early access already. So maybe Monday we'll try it out on stream. I owe them that much for sending me a code, right? Yeah, at least. Wow, we the guns look super cool though. So maybe Monday, maybe. Be a fun way to start the Monday. Override get initial to specify which UI nav component should be navigated to when this widget is navigated to focused. So I'm wondering if the first in the hierarchy. I wonder if when we're setting input to it, but yeah, but the first one it should find should always be B up 1. And it doesn't feel like it's doing that. You can call set focus on the UI nav component you want to navigate to. UI nav components that aren't visible won't be able to be focused. So it says specifically set focus, not set user focus. Dudley Zumbacherbert. What a name. And also thank you for the follow. I love it. It specifically said set focus, not set user focus. And that might be my mistake. If this doesn't fix it though, I'll just talk to the mod creator over the weekend and see if he has any thoughts or opinions on what we're doing wrong. Probably a lot, if I had to guess. I mean, it is possible that it's failing here. We know that this was not made very well. Because like right now it's just like broken. Now it's working. But if I move the mouse and then come back, I have nothing. Which arguably is because it's eating my D-pad input right now. Eating my D. And I have to press something else other than that. That's annoying. I wish I could run it first. Like run the Switch device first and then perform the navigation like a player would expect. Like right now it is navigating, but it's not showing the navigation. Because like if I press right, I'm here. If I press left... Why doesn't it show it? And if I open up the helper and close it, it's all fine again. I don't know, man. That's so fucked up. Part of me wonders if it's just failing to escape, and if I explicitly set where these buttons should navigate to, it'll be fine. Left, explicit, B up 2. Down, explicit, B down 3. Right, B up 4. B down 2. B down 4. B up 3. At least I have good music for this. Up to, right, up to, down, down 1, Up 1. Down 2. I'm stuck. I feel like it's even more broken than it was before. The player controller is not a valid local player, so it can't focus on B down 3. Shut up. Your mom's not a valid controller. It's absolutely borkled. Huh? B down 4. That one was messed up a little bit. Come on. Like, it's weird when I give it focus with the with the mouse, it's like it's okay. But if I press any button, or if I specifically press interact, it like messes up. Let me print there if it's actually successful at anything. So successful twice. As it says. And now it's not successful. It's not even getting sent. Oh, that's weird. Oh, because we did unhook this. That probably is some of it. It's triggering every second right now. Not every tick, but every second, which would... I can't recreate that. I mean, I could try focusing the whole box instead of the specific button. I've recreated this scenario. Every second? What do I have running every second? I can't re-trigger it again. Oh. Maybe the system just doesn't like the overlay. I mean, I could refactor it to a switcher. Because I think the switcher can be given focus. I think I need to talk to the mod maker though, and show him what I'm going through and if he has any advice or thoughts or ideas. Because I feel like I'm just not fixing anything with this. Even though everything looks like it should be running. Set the focus. It ain't doing. I will list that as a bug. Gamepad support on ATM is messed up. Losing focus all the time, and even if correct focus is given, unlikely to have proper controls. Entirely fucked up. We'll have to fix that first. I can probably get some of the language stuff moving forward. Because we can get Polish, Swedish, and Japanese for free, for sure. Because my wife is Polish, she speaks Japanese. And the other guy I'm working with is Swedish, so easy done. We can probably get those done first and test out how it's all working in the switching. If you mod, do you use BP interfaces? Yes, I do use interfaces sometimes when I need to. We get it, you're shut the fuck up. But we're not going to use AI for any of this though. I will prefer to use you guys in chat. Hey Twitch Talk, long time no see. It has been a while. I think it's been since Death Stranding 2 that I saw you. Oh! We will probably have to implement achievement support. You were away for the last few weeks? Well, you just missed Death Stranding 2, but we have the whole playthrough up on YouTube for anybody who wants to watch that. All 90 hours or whatever the hell it is. A lot of time, a lot of playtime on that. I was actually looking on YouTube. There's some Polish guy who is showing like how to get a job in the industry, and he's here at Digital Dragons. I was here. I wonder if I appear in the background here. Oh, I see. I'm not gonna point him out, but I already see one of my friends in here.
Let's just gonna go. Let's go.
I see some people that I met with. Look, this is a pretty fun event here in Poland. I think I met this guy. I don't know.
Alrighty, we are with
The Larian. I didn't go to the Larian's booth very much. They had a booth last year, so I didn't really pop up. I was busy at meetings.
Just, you know, never.
Look at those glasses, bro.
Company with my technology producer somehow. There's a lot of not before.
Here for networking. And
I know a couple people that work at Flying Wild Hog.
World building, kinda toss idea.
dream. I worked as H.
Yeah. So makes sense.
Oh, I know the guys that work at Cooking Sim too. Really cool dudes.
Programmer and doing all sorts of, I found that.
I'm jealous of Cooking Sim 2 at how many cool little in-world mini games they made and how intuitive and fun they are. Really jealous of the work on that. It was really hard
to find resources online.
Stuff. Gameplay demos, you know. Any like you've done something. I think that's quite important.
It's me and this
man really.
I don't think I'm in this video, sadly.
And actually, I had the who are already there. What should I do? What should I focus on? Which is I believe super valuable. So I love the community, and I'm really glad to be part of it.
you know, it has
Rip.
and so
I got priority.
ask
Is one like some movement around.
Unless I appear here, like briefly walking outdoors.
Was that if you're getting starting games.
Oh well. I swear I know this guy. Something tells me I met him at Digital Dragons and I didn't know he was like doing some video. Pretty cool though. You missed the whole Death Stranding 1 too? Well, I didn't stream that. I just played that offline. That's a good game though, Death Stranding 1. Second game was good too. Credits, trailer, screenshots, store page localization pass. I don't know if we need anything else from like the store page setup. I guess I'll know more because it'll be my first time setting up a public page. Achievements should be relatively easy if we can just get the API integrated, which I think will be a pretty seamless endeavor because it doesn't look like it's too complex. And then I just need to set up the system in game to make those calls and do the tracking. So that will need a little bit of work. We will probably have to spend like a couple days at least on achievements. But I don't really anticipate any roadblocks with that. Languages could be, because if we find a language that makes us have to redo the design of one of our widgets, or multiple, we are kind of fucked. But it's not a big deal. Functionality should still work the same. And we can just move some things around or make some fonts smaller or whatever, or bigger. Most importantly though is to get Japanese implemented so that we can test switching fonts per language. Which I did try at home and it was working. So assumedly we can do the same thing here. Audio should be a cinch. That shouldn't break anything either. Just kind of a pending sound code to things, so not a big deal. Then a couple of art stuff that we need to fix up. Well, a couple of art stuff there, and then also review full game lighting. Big one. Because we're thinking we might turn off Lumen, but I'm not 100% sure. So we need to see, can we make Lumen look better and run a bit better with what we have? Or should we just turn it off? It adds some nice reflections, but they're not like a game breaker. From a performance perspective, our game is running pretty well, but there is a lot of stuff placed on lighting. That if we turn those off, you know, you don't get the reflections, but the game doesn't really look bad. even setting these to high is not going to be much worse. So you get a lot of artifacting and pixelization on the reflections. So I don't know. We'll try to look into some settings to make that look better, because right now it does not look the greatest. It does look a little bit better on the epic settings, but I mean, either way, if this is what the game costs to run, it's not the end of the world. I don't think this would have any trouble running on some lower end GPUs. And if anybody in chat has like a, I don't even know, what GPUs do you guys have in chat? Because I'll write your name down and we can send you keys for testing if you want. I don't see any reason our game wouldn't be playable with 4 gigabytes of VRAM and something that's not very powerful. 3090 Apple Silicon MacBook Air. You're building for Mac 2. I can try. I don't have a Mac to test, but I mean, if I got you, I could always send you builds. I don't know what it looks like. I'll say this. I do not know what it looks like to build for Mac. I don't know if I need anything specific. I don't know if I need to change anything about the game. If we need to have a separate branch for Mac because there's some like internal stuff that we need to change, we can look into that. So I can't say yes or no yet, but I can try. I definitely am missing some, you know, an SDK for it, so we'd have to take a look into that. Same with Linux. You have to jump through some licensing hoops and or need a Mac to do the build on. God, I hope I don't need a Mac to make a build for this game on. I really, really hope not. That would be so fucking dumb. It would be for, yeah, it definitely would be. You need a Mac and Xcode. This was from 3 years ago. You need a Mac to compile, package, and distribute anything intended for Apple platform. This is a commercial project. Just get yourself a Mac Mini to use as a build machine. Yeah, let me just buy a Mac Mini so I can, for 2,500 zlotys, so that I can make that much money on the game from 2 people. Yeah, I think it's something that if the game magically pops off, I don't know, we get 100,000 in sales, and I'm sitting here with my, because me and my artist, we're splitting the money. I'm sitting here with my after taxes, you know, 30,000 US dollars. Sure. I'll buy a Mac Mini and I'll make a build for it. But I don't think we're going to be selling 100,000 copies of the game, so probably not going to happen. Clipped. I mean, it's not under 1% to be fair. It is 1.76%. And it is a casual game. So I imagine that the percentage of people who would want to play our game is probably a little bit higher than that percentage. If I had to guess. Yeah, if we can sell enough, I can look into it. But definitely for like the initial release, it'll just be Windows and Linux, unless I need something crazy. But I don't have anything to test it on with Linux, so I might do like private branches for Linux, so I can send it to some testers and see how they're doing with it. And then once it feels good or it isn't buggy, we can release it publicly for that too. Yeah, him. That's the real challenge of being indie, if we can just sell enough, right? Well, it's also dumb that you need to have the Mac in order to build 2 Mac. Why would they not just make, I don't know. And then it's like, oh, just buy a Mac Mini. It's like, okay, yeah, great. I totally have $1,000 to drop on that. It's not $1,000. It's an Apple restriction. Well, Apple is fucking rotten is what it is. Should you not VM a Mac build? I don't know. It's a good question. It does say Mac Virtual Machine could do it. I don't need the performance to be good if I'm just making the build. And then I could just, you know, do the private branch, have people with Macs try it out. Could be done. Cloud Mac. Cloud Mac, yeah, I mean, that's fair too. Though, if I have to do some, like, coding stuff, that might filter me out. Team user experience is pretty shitty on Mac, so a low sell-through rate is kind of unavoidable. $100,000 copies. Okay, I will get somebody to get us working on a Mac. That's what I'll say. So if you guys want, when the game comes out, just buy, you know, a couple thousand copies for you and your couple thousand friends. Shit, I don't even have a couple of friends to play with. I can't even play with my wife for a lot of games. I don't like that game. Can you just play with me? Just a little bit? She's a Sims degenerate, though. Sims and Crusader Kings. You know, the 2 games that women are allowed to play, apparently. Nah, she doesn't really play games. She likes strategies. If I wasn't a technology partner, they didn't pay people to put up with me in meetings, I probably wouldn't touch their platform, but they do, so I have to. Well, hey, if they pay for you to touch it, that's different. You can take that out of context. I don't really have anything else to work on today. I don't want to like jump into trying to fix that ATM thing. I've already been online for like 8 hours, so I'll probably just save that. Tomorrow I will probably not be streaming because I have to go to Kraków to do government paperwork. But then on Monday, we can come back and do Neon Abyss 2, since I was given a copy. In fact, let me install that now, because I'm at my work computer. I will read out the Steam code so that you guys can read it back to me. I'm sure that'll go perfectly, right? Activation successful. Neon Abyss 2. Tell the government chat says hi. It's not going to be that exciting. Oh. How big is it? 2 gigabytes. Oh my god, that's so huge. That's going to take like 10 years to install. Oh my god. What am I gonna do while I'm waiting for it to install? It's done. Thank God for fiber, right? Holy shit, do I love fiber. Do I have to, out of curiosity, does anybody know if I have to actually put hashtag ad, even though it's, like, they're not paying me, I'm not sponsored? I just applied for a code and they gave it to me. It's almost as large as half of a tenth of the average Alembic cache. Yeah, dude, you said it before I could. Wow. I don't know if I have to. There's a press kit. I don't think I have to. What I will do though is I will write a, if you guys haven't yet, we have a curator group on Steam. I think you can type in !curator in chat to get a link to this. And I do write reviews for the games. Very simple ones, but just like, hey, here's my thoughts on this. And you can subscribe, and then when you see those on the games page, that's where they'll be. So for instance, on, you know, I was playing some Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain, and you'll see my curator review here. Sometimes it shows up at the top too, but I think that's only if you haven't purchased the game. Well, either way, it shows up here. Review for Honey Popped? I don't think I reviewed Honey Pop. I almost went to the Honey Pop page. Don't do that. I was like, there's no way I wrote a review for Honey Pop, right? That would have been dangerous. Yeah, you almost got me, yeah. I didn't write one for Elden Ring, can you believe that? With over 200 hours in the game? I gotta do that. I have to go through my whole backlog and write those reviews. It just takes a lot of time. I have a lot of games that I've played. I could sell this feedback system I made based on Utrecht and Discord off. That's actually pretty good. Go for it. Fuck it. Make some money. Removed nanite from all meshes. Gave us better performance. EA. Also, because I am dumb and didn't switch branches, I implemented a reward pop-up. Because that was smart of me. Merging in nanite removal and reward pop-up. Okay, progress is being made. And if you guys weren't here earlier, I was showing off some of the platforming mechanics that we have for our platforming game. I haven't spent a lot of time working on this. I have, you know, just like a few commits. Like 4 days, few hours here and there to work on these. So it's not super in depth yet. Basic checkpoint system. Quite nice. Ignore all the traces that are happening. I'm just using those for debug. So any like the red lines that you see are just for debugging. I made a disappearing platform. And the timer continues, even if you're not on it. The timer is adjustable, so you can set it to be longer or shorter. You can get one that pauses when you're not on it. They're all adjustable values. The timer reversing when you jump off of it. Timer restarting when you jump off. And these are all the types all together. Oh shit. I also made a destructible version of these. Those are pretty fun. And the player will immediately lose collision with that, so you can't cheat with it or anything. Those are fun. Those are very simple though, very basic. But you like cheating? I mean, maybe there are some ways you can cheat. I don't know though. I made some spline follow platforms, and the speed is constant despite the spline length, so that's very nice for level designers. They can just set up the platform the way they want and everything's working. Speed is adjustable, of course. You can set your own curves for how these the platform is going to move. So I have here like linear on the left and then smooth down the right, but of course you can put in your own curve. Minor thing. Optional kill at destination. So it's a one-time shot, but you can of course make that respawn if you'd like to with a timer. Custom mesh or actor, either or, up to you. Wait for this to come back because this is actually our timed platform, so if you jump on it you will only have a certain amount of time that you can spend standing on it, and then it will drop and destroy. So and show that off when it comes a bit closer. And then it boinks and comes back. Now here's the one that I think is a little bit more cool, but was surprisingly more difficult to implement than either of those. And it's because the character themselves is not technically like a physical object, like a physics-based object. Unlike, you know, I put like a box in the world, I tell it to simulate physics and it just falls. The player itself is a bit different and has its own movement component. So giving it, I can't just like set the surface friction of a mesh, and when I jump on it, it acts like ice for me. It will work that way for other meshes like cubes and such, but not for me. So I had to finagle with the player movement component to get different different surfaces like that working properly. And for testing purposes I have ice and mud, but it's very easy because you can just set it for different physical materials. And the really cool part about that, I'll show you in a second, is that you can have a single mesh with multiple materials and then set specific physical materials for each of those material slots, like mud or like ice. The slightly harder thing was for non-flat slippery surfaces, because again, the player on slippery surfaces won't act the same way that a physics-driven object will. So I have to cheat with the player's movement component a bit in order to get something like this to work. But the result, I think, has turned out pretty realistic. And we can modify how slippery that surface is if we want to or need to. That's pretty fun. I like that one a lot. I think there's a lot of fun uses that we can have with that. And then the last one was bounce pads, and this was one of the more recent things that I made. Gotta leave for now, catch you later. Yeah, take care, man. And tomorrow, I'm off. Monday, we're playing Neon Abyss, and then Tuesday, we'll be back in Coin Dozer to finish up some things. And the good thing is my artist, I think it's back next week, and we can talk about things, so... Take care, and I hope you have a really wonderful stream. Jump pads, nice and easy. Apply an impulse. Impulse is customizable as well. So we can have, you know, mini jumps, or... Let me go to the other end. We can have big jumps. We can bounce anything with a movement component or a static mesh. And I think we can probably do some fun things with being able to step on those or move, or you know, move those items. I think there's some fun gameplay mechanics we can make with that. What about big booty jumps? If you want, technically... Okay, so... The movement is based on impact normal, which means if you wanted to make a giant waifu with a bouncy butt, yes, you could. You absolutely could. Now the cool thing with this is that the impulse is based on mass. So things that are lighter will bounce higher, things that are heavier will not bounce as much. And we can toggle bouncing between player and actors. Either or, it's up to you. I don't know if we can use that in any way, but maybe we can. Kind of fun. Obviously you can customize the mesh too. And it works with our other platform types as well. I think that these basic mechanics can give us a lot to play around with when it comes to a precision platformer. Think of a game like Only Up, or other games like that where they're meant to be difficult, piss you off. That's what these mechanics are for. And I implemented custom jump logic too for this, which I'm pretty proud of. Because I wasn't really happy with the other way that games and projects in Unreal handled jumping and like ledge vaulting and climbing. Even Unreal's own solution to it with their motion matching project had you... It was so weird, but they had splines. Okay, so if you imagine like this box here, their solution for ledge vaulting was to make an actor and draw splines around the sides here. And it determined which edge you were closest to and where the edge location was. That part is fine, that's cool. But it then had to determine which ledge was opposite it. Which means that it only works with ledges that have an even number of sides, and the sides, the opposite side is directly, is not only parallel to it, but, you know, directly across from it. And anything without the spline could then not be vaulted onto, So it wasn't like you could just place another actor down, like, I don't know, like one of these cylinders here in the corner, and your jumping would work. And in fact, it wouldn't work. Absolutely absurd system that seemed way too difficult if you wanted to rapidly iterate on levels. I make a precision platform where you can make a spiritual successor to Rayman 2, because I do not have the resources to do that with like 3 people. To be fair, they probably just didn't have the budget to use Ubisoft's GPU-driven approach. I've not seen Ubisoft's approach, so I made my own approach. Now, I don't have animations hooked up, so you have to pretend that the animations are there, and we restrict player movement while the animation is playing, and then give it back, so use your imagination a bit. I first determine, with that vertical line trace, which is our maximum jump height. So anything that trace gets hit by, and it is tracing downwards, I think, yeah, it should be tracing downwards, will be determined as something that we can vault up onto or jump up and climb up onto, right? You can see it here. It is not as high as the cylinder. I can toggle debug camera. So this is too tall for us to jump up onto. Otherwise, if it does hit something, we can say, okay, we've hit something that is within our reach. Now do a capsule trace to determine, is there enough space for us to actually to stand up there? So that's another check. Yes, you know, we might hit like that ledge, but it might be too small for us to jump up onto for some reason. So can we fit up there? Yes, it's green if so. The third trace we do then is one right in front of the player's head, and this is tracing upwards to determine if there's something above our head that we would hit, which would prevent us from jumping up or being able to climb up. And this is most easily visible here. You can see that while yes, this trace is succeeding and we do have enough space to land up here, our head is getting blocked, so therefore we cannot actually jump up there. And the player would just jump, right? Otherwise, if those are true, we can assume that we would have the right space and we can jump up to that point. And because the capsule trace there's another part to it. If the capsule trace hits a curved surface, we do a slight lerp to align, or what's the best way to put this, to allow for curved surfaces to be jumped up onto up to a certain point. So like right here is the maximum allowable curve that we can jump up onto, but if we were to move a little bit over, we then have that capsule trace hitting the side of the mesh, and therefore this is just going to be a regular jump. Too steep. And if you're falling, this is another part of it, if you're falling, we can't jump up onto something, so we change the trace height to allow for the player to be moving through the air and fall and grab up onto something, like you would see there. And that way we would then move into the animation, stop the player movement, and land up on that ledge. But we don't have any of that hooked up. But the data is all hooked up, it's all working, and it's pretty adjustable. And I think it's working pretty well. And it's not too expensive since we're only doing that one trace unless there is actually a viable jump ahead of us. And because we can check if there is a viable jump, we can also put in prompts if we want. Show yes, you can ledge up onto this. Or no, you can't. Go sift through one of the Assassin's Creed games with render dock sometime. There's a bunch of non-visual render passes that could sample to finesse the IK targets. That is beyond my understanding, but I can definitely... Non-visual render passes. It's sampled to finesse the IK. One thing at a time, Zach. You're gonna break my brain here. I'm just a designer. we'll see how this approach feels. The nice thing is, if we can, since we can obtain the height at which we're hitting to jump up onto, I think that it should be pretty easy to move the player smoothly up to that point and put their hands where we want them to be, since we have exactly the Z height of the location that we're going to be jumping up to. I think aligning the player to the X and Y is going to be more difficult than aligning the player's hands to the Z, because we have the Z but we don't have the X and Y, and that might be a little bit challenging. But like you said, that Assassin's Creed did something to find the IK targets. Like, I could do another trace, I suppose, if everything else passes. I could take that Z I can definitely work. So what I could do is, if this passes, go from the Z a fixed amount, go down a fixed amount, and then do a trace from here, here. And that would grab the, that would tell us where we need to align to, maybe? I'll think about that. Because we have we know one thing of the player. We know where they are in relation to that jump. We just need to know how far to move them forward to latch onto the surface, onto the face. And then we have the Z already, so that's handled. I don't know. Ubisoft Montreal lets their engine team present stuff at React, so there's a fair bit of public information out there about their tech stack. That's really cool. That's very nice of them. I can send that over to like to the artist, and she her boyfriend, I think, is an animator. So they're gonna be the ones that are like dealing with the character and all the fancy stuff. As long as I can get them the data they need, I think they'll be able to hook it up the way that they need to. And hell, maybe if I like this solution for jumping and finding jump information, I'll just reuse that in future games. There's just some math to do, so nothing too crazy. I just hated how there weren't any like universal ledging and vaulting solutions on the marketplace. They're really not good. Either you are interacting with some like pre-made actor, or it's really finicky, or it just allows you to like jump but not also vault. It's not good. The marketplace does not have any really great solutions for it. And I think having something cheap like this, especially if we can just put it into like C++, would make everything so much easier. I mean, it's really not that expensive anyway. None of them are multi-line traces, so... I could move it to a component to make it very scalable. And then just copy and paste that component into like a custom blueprint library. Granted, I do have a powerful CPU, so it may not be giving me the best timings on this. Good solutions require GPU skinning if you have to fork the engine to implement it properly. I mean, is this not a decent solution? Like, I'm not AAA. Is this not kind of halfway okay? That would be a vault. And we can always determine what animation should play based on the distance, the Z distance between the player and the expected height. I think even Unreal's made it easier by doing like some animation data table, like animation switchers, or like selectors they're called. Some super simple way to feed all this data that we would want into a like animation data table, and then just select the right animation based on parameters. Which I guess you could do before, but you did it in the animation blueprint, which may not have been the most reasonable. And so many characters need to use the system. Well, that's true. That's fair. How many times per frame you need to query for dynamic targets? That is fair. In our case, it will just be one, just the player. But for me, I feel if I'm making a game like Only Up, for my competitor analysis, most of them are really cheaply done, are using a bunch of store-bought assets, and don't have the most refined control schemes. Now, I know that the lack of refined control schemes can sometimes play into the difficulty and frustration of these games, but I don't feel like that is good frustration. I feel like that's frustration that comes from the fact that most of these games have been made by kind of like inexperienced developers. So if we can refine the 3 C's of our game, I think that we can make the game feel a lot more enjoyable just based off of that fact. And then put it in interesting universe, interesting character, make our own assets. At least some of like the main ones. And we'll have a pretty good first playable. And then we can determine how do we want to make this game unique to stand out in the market. Well, I think to a certain extent, quality can be a unique selling point if your competition isn't of high quality. As weird as that sounds. How to make it unique, don't make it a platform. I was actually thinking, this is dumb by the way, I don't like this, but I like the general direction, right? If you have to choose a direction to take your game and you have a circle. Mine, I have like a wedge that I think we could probably take it in. Which is to turn the game into a bit of a open world rage platformer. So you have different biomes, and you can choose which biomes to go to first. Maybe to like find different power-ups or complete them in some way, rather than being a linear path. Make multiple paths that then funnel into mostly linear sections. Like old school platformer games that kind of do that, right? You like enter the zone, and this zone has its own theme, both with its mechanics but also like visually. And I think that way we could stand out a bit from the competition of rage and precision platformers, in my opinion. Hope you're well. I'm gonna reset my sleep schedule today. Going shopping here soon. Well, don't worry, because I am like literally about to get off. I was just gonna do my closing remarks and a reminder that Tomorrow I'm off because I have to go to Krakow. Oh. Actually, that plugin did look pretty cool. Take a look at that. But yeah, tomorrow I'm off. And I will be on Monday. But because I was given a code for Neon Abyss 2 by Kepler, on Monday we're going to play the early access for Neon Abyss 2, which looks pretty fun. And then obviously on Tuesday we'll be back to game dev. But this will just be a fun little excursion. We can see how this game is. It's not a sponsored stream or anything, so I can say whatever I want. But the reviews generally look pretty positive, and we're just going to see how it plays. And it does have support for my PlayStation controller, not yours. It says mine. Fuck you, chat. Either way, guys, thank you for showing up today. It was a great 8-hour and 15-minute stream. I will see you on Monday for Neon Abyss 2. And if you don't want to watch me do that, I'll see you on Tuesday for more Coin Dozer. Take care. Have a wonderful weekend. Stay warm. Stay awesome. Stay dry. Stay sexy. Release the Epstein files. Cheers. Bye-bye, guys.